in this same vein of lawlessness, when him say Accra had the only forest reserve left, any Achimota forest. No, there be almost be. I mean, for a fact, I'm the John, could be and be. Because there was the need inside, no, Ebim could trade the basis in as before, but there was a need to, reclaim, get it back. Until could be and Cecia, they have reclassified the forest. And only Niomaya says here, I have evidence that indicates they've gone to Gazette. Sir, reclassification on my. I'm about to tell how you will cry. Look, Omachi Chaman Crofo crash out to Tom Crofo. I'm telling you, you start seeing buildings coming up in Achimota Forest. And I'm telling you, Obia wouldn't him say, Wakotas as you the Evanzel will there. Why should I canoe? Because we can't allow that to happen. The very minute we allow our forest to go there, and that is a Ghana the whole of the capital city, there's no forest reserve apart from Achimota. Ya Tom and Crofo, my Gazette, among for. Look, if I people who have had portions from Salano have in turn sold to other people. I deal with peripheral. Peridium fra. What have you defined peripheral? Everywhere there's no peripheral as far as that forest reserve is concerned. Even a peripheral. Even a peripheral. Catch me. Because there are forests all through. Even Omo didi mu amaniaka no naka nti peripheral bembie ena mikajo says see ankrofo a ya chicha asase na mo no omo afaso aton ama ebi mu kra say they should come and develop and you know how much they are selling each plot for the average is $500,000. I'm telling you Omanhene per plot look me see South Forest no wa koto asase kan hu ni say nya de obe develop you anybody who thinks he has an interest in Salan look. And I've made this point, and I was speaking with an MP the other day. Say, we have to form a coalition of some sort, and to sponsor some of these. To ask for resistance is bound to happen. Now yet you know, forest in the Yompedia, such as we are not interested in preserving our own lives.
There's no buffer zone.
There's no look. Sustainability and sustainable development. What do people understand that to mean?
What if we are Israel?
Sustainability conferences. Now, so the very things that you do to preserve your lives, work clear. And there was a day I was listening to Ora Community Japan, and I was impressed. He was equally livid about Tab Achimota Forest and Sam Semi, and that is the kind of anger I expect from every Ghanaian. And can go be or think cry. Look, if we allow that forest to go, just we are done. What must I say? And like I was saying, now many MPP didn't come. We need to sponsor a private members bill to ensure that when it comes to reclassification of forests and our forest reserves, it has to be the function of Parliament. Sir, 2/3 majority of Parliament must vote in favor of reclassifying the forest. And sana I convert this forest into residential property or any other facility for that matter. But as it stands now, you need just an executive instrument. And at the instance of the minister, that can happen. And that is not acceptable at all. That could be a best or not to a forest. You see, we are classifying the entire forest. Yes, sorry, forest in Kitingiti Akan. They cannot be without any forest. Meanwhile, on annual basis, Uko Forestry Commission, Uko Ministry of Lands, this joke of tree planting, why do you think we are doing that?
It's a joke.
It is.
It's a joke.
It is. It's just a fanfare. Tell me how many of the trees have survived. Now, so Sika is true on when Jessica Kuma. And I'm making
or say, Sana Muntul Quayetun. I have grown a very good. I have grown a so I have grown. I have grown a
look, if you look at the depletion of Ghana's forest cover,
I think
the rate is alarming.
Say you do in your Kuruma. Yenya Bresen, you are very important.
Very
America. Oh, my America alcohol.
Every US. Residential accommodation in him say, I own him. Nasa Yasigalam say, I say, and sass. They could how you do it. Sunny, go the way. As I say, you need to reclaim it back, and as soon as Kabako didn't you go. Exactly.
when you send it back in the next 10 years or 15 years or whatever years.
Reclamation connection. Reclamation Juma your connection.
Reclaim.
I'm telling you your connection. Me who a chopo anyway, that word has been a while since I used it.
Reclaim was
your connection. And also be your connection a man for the penny for the your connection yes you reclaim and who seek that one no and also your connection. Look, me see where sitting. You
can't think fire.
You see, and Omanhene, you see, and the Amika says, I didn't grow beat na yedin. If you look at the rate, I'm telling you, if you look at the rate at which our forest cover is depleting, no. What tier statistics and data over the period now? We are show.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
The CIMT Radio Program of the Year. Ekosiisen. Are you ready? You are listening to the CIMT Radio Program of the Year. Ekosiisen on Asempa 94.7 FM.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
The winner, Radio Program of the Year 2018, I beg your pardon. Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. Let me come, ladies and gentlemen.
The winner goes home with a memento, citation, and certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, the Radio Program of the Year 2020 goes to Asempa FM Ekosiisen. Well, the host, I don't know who he has not interviewed yet. Congratulations to all of you, the entire team at Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. Congratulations to you for emerging the Radio Program of the Year 2020.
Well, I know that Asempa has gained a lot of experience. Asempa is one of the, not the forerunners, but in terms of coverage and listenership, you stand tall. The new FM stations that are coming into the arena are not calling on you to exit, them to survive. Is that what is happening? No. They are learning from you. They are learning under your feet. They are also trying as much as possible to find space. And, there's enough in the world for everybody. There's enough in the world for everybody. And so I think that those who are coming up, we definitely will encourage the injection of new blood. But you cannot also totally do away with the experience.
It's always a pleasure coming to Asempa where the truth is spoken.
Asempa FM, Ekosiisen, Asante, it's our platform media. Se unyana betna subia na Fabibroni Bessie, it's a privilege and an honor. Na yamu be so part of the reception of this particular platform. Shasi Ache and no more answer Shasi, and we thank you for maintaining that credibility when it comes to delivery of more program.
Presenting the award for the political program of the year, radio, going to Ekosiisen of Asempa FM. Ekosiisen, Asempa FM.
Political program of the year, radio, Ekosiisen. How did it end? And the host of the show, OB, steps up to pick the award.
Congratulations, Ekosiisen.
That's na mefa kunya osu encha etifo nyina muti Ekosiisen dwumadi na yebedom so ase because Asempa Asempa nyina so efi etifo and me gigi so fa Ghana fa na nyina obi a radio eda awuti na adwuma pa maye da be permisa amrenti memsa mamuni yo moni adwuma fo mpenifo nyina.
Sometimes when I'm listening to discussions on Ekosiisen, I'm a keen listener to Ekosiisen. Every 2 o'clock I'm on it. I'm listening to they are the current issues on the.
Ma mimi kai Ekosiisen ma muti kwa nano and you nyamwa ye dia stem eduma pa mo ye ne award ma monya ni gidi pa se e adance fe Ekosiisen Asempa monso Ghana se bi ma men kebino mu pia mo ma e kwedi titru se ne amode akan kasa ye aduma ebia wo de bia otiti ase na nsem bi tu kwan e konenam America New York abonten taxi amifire na dipakon otie Ekosiisen ewo taxi no ebu eye me wanwa na nso ni nyina aka ho bi na ya bomo abaso amamon abonso body no Ewurade won stram
amen
ya ewe ye nemi
ya da
Asempa matese mwanya
CIMG radio program of the year Ekosiisen
Obi me boma abaso papa em say next time no sa segment no me here some segment, you know. Omon Sheda and Manasa award. Because that segment is sweet, is beautiful, is informing, it's telling us say Ghana is put first. And that segment is a segment say Omo Mumas Radio Awards. Omo here segment no within Ekosiisen no. Me here Semono Enya award. Na me boma baso. Congratulations.
Medase pa nyamisha.
Yenya Gary Nimakwe omrenim for mana Kwaba na Emana lawyer Gary Nimako afternoon apom ti say Onyame adom bibia ayekama. Well, lawyer Medasi pa Medasi pa
sometimes you want to be on saying it's the course of touchline.
Medasi thank you so much. Medasi P.
Omanhene Kwabena Asante. Omanhene Kwabena Asante. Omanhene Kwabena Asante. What can I say? What carry I want?
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
I'm going to be sure. Yeah, quarter, you call it. Say, what you quarter, me can't say. Mira John.
Sweetness level, yeah,
the case, you know. I call court, no. Now, me share how she addressing me, lawyer, no. Now, me him crash me. We also we have senior, but some same with me and family can on the court. Ne and some who do or no or can or court. Mamma, Obi, I ever start a court. No, be that a time you say. You say I got 2 minutes to 9 or someone train. About 9 o'clock and now I started. And Osha said you will see Yena dear. And ya fain Okujino will be a fan. Or the mra and a juma. Make us a crafano. What you say? Even though okay, man, or we a craft wedding, it's a farm. And me, and some call my name, Mammy, or the no credit by a juma. Obejina mraso de no kredi ayejuma or the pepper here say you are to forcing
the statement be a or ye no na wotwi mu say ote ya say ne ekoso wa abonten no ono enka ne case no a wodi no ho ne ekoso wa abonten no eni impact bia wase ni na wodi no so eno na ma me de kohwe ne say hwan nie ohu
me the first time who near that me could appear before the court. I'm telling you say me nyame pemu say me nyasem Name say bibi na me come and me quarter.
Usuru.
And we are me medical do once because look indeed obiat me from so obit my from so many but I'm telling you say mommy a friend of fear say wa me no not bebre my me one spell. My once I can say me call the court as my me call court on na me hu ma me no
who no court
me hu court me call hu no baby a me nim baby so that a courtroom na me hu no say distance or take ne but kwan of fast to deal na sem my man just say me wo mre bia time bi obesity bia no me kwa tie no and me wie na me say tie ne ho 70 the man bi yam kura him bebrebe ya na me ho wo so bebe na say be free court first day na me baby say na ho nsem mountain so na fortunate for me na awraba bi ya adwuma wo premises o be na so no because she na me je number say me ni bidin ko na me din ko na say na wo ma me no just hey on the say now that line we should obie because of the pepper and the 20 mama ni to force mama ni yam shishino
Mama me Rich Japa. Mama ni yebishiro. Ewura aban lawyer so. Also ma me no de peri ye e wo mra so. E be ye chuma. God is about the law. When you can't continue to na kase on to me I told you na date me di on 1 2 me di man ewura na tuma. Call for court. Anamboa. Say na wo dey court yi. E den anka a conviction no either fine or imprisonment. Yes sir. I just say odi kan kra adi nipa na 2 months or it is ko to me a waiting na tumba himself there. And can ko chi ni ko na ko tun se wom dada. Say kan so so no more ko say me I told you no naba. But odi ni ko emra kwan so. Inti press conferences upon press conferences and insult upon insult na kwa bontin na we criminal we one and something. Me be say any Ekosiisen saying Asempa from Hana.
Me patcho me mention CD depreciation e wa ha. The person me share me say data show say from 2009 to 2016 CD need depreciate cumulatively by 71.9%. Sana data no
at what time?
From 2009 to 2016 and now from 2017 to 2024 so depreciated by 64.6%. What is the mention? Now, my simple calculation will be abeti.
By who? What's it? By who? Where data from when?
Oh, but they say,
you have a good friend. Oh, yes, but you get enemies in this viewers. Maybe Rich, I just want you to
please, Mister. When idea one,
dangerous.
Idea one, offer idea one. Now the quote to 100%. What sir? What the quarter? Saying 200%. 200%, yeah. A coffee is saying 300%. Good. And as offer there 4. Now the code 8 yeah. 100%. What the code 12.
What calculation?
Hey. No so simple calculation. Me mo biati. You just see deny your time. What dream by you say adie no every 4 akwa ko gina 15 no. E was through bebre.
Fiscal board. I don't know the method. We are using nominal terms. I mean, let's say which adie.
Kwada no. Adie e 1 CD. Na increase echo 2 CDs are saying 100% increment.
Yes.
Echo 3 CD are saying 200% increment.
Yes.
Echo 4 CD are saying 300% increment.
Echo 4 CD that's 300%. Good. And the hands of it's
the one now would be for oh miss Roman educating Kwada no.
Kwada
Kwada ni siadie otie. Kwada na moye propaganda chere wo mo. Me pese me ka chere wo say offer there 4. Now the code 8 ya. What double no? What is the mention? 100% increment. A code 12 200%. 4 ebe count 12 one is saying 16 and me 300. What you say? So it tells you, say common sense will tell you, say in terms of percentage, you know. What the other will find the one and the code 4 no. And was so change you no find the 4 and the aqua code 15. This is simple calculation.
Hey, to your understanding, anyway.
Very simple. The point is, yes, striving see a better at the end. What is the mention? But say, oh, be your propaganda say, oh, under NDC, now you better offer. You'll be exposed by percentage. You'll be exposed by percentage. I am mathematics. I dear back, oh, dear, 9. Oh, dear, more, oh, dear, bohum, Mako, and pre me and Sunday do a 9. Hello, business one 5 no and 9. And 9 no 4 plus 4 8 plus 8 no 12 plus 8 no 16. You 16. In terms of percentage, you know, well fan the back ko gina 9 no. Any dey o fan na dey aba gina 15 no. Wo dey was rocha any dey.
Attorney General anya sada. Sanse Attorney General ordinary dance dey nya na kwakodom court dada. Attorney General ne mramu ye kan say we closing the case wa yawie. Ne krata nyina o dey akọ. Asem no eni da ho asem no akwakọ ese no eni da ho say plane ye monche mu NDC fo say asem e de ne keka koyi de e kamya ko ese aso ye minority leader ne nan aso ne nsa de ne betwa ntro tape a ene omoboye no e ya tro tape no e ya doctored ya keka ese ani ya twetwe bi afrim ya shada ashadem e de abafum fidie ye de afam ani ai ne tantantan yembe tuntu abonten na tape o ba Oh, Hana National Chairman, stop it. Oh, it has more than we can play. More. Hey, now then, you who's when your tape? Who by half in a tape, no saber running home commentary as I say. A two-pot tape, none do baby of us and Guasiabana. Or soon now, small, where your Attorney General, Samana or can, or Dilly Dino, or can say, or say, Mama, man, and goes Mama, and Guasia press conference, Beno. Who's so what dance here? Jaina Ghana for journalist, Majumu Do, Majumu P. Now, Obiako for tape you a kikambum. In fact, I was there, almost WhatsApp. Be on the chair, almost say Attorney General. Any papa ne kasa 28 minutes or 26 minutes. And yes, sir. Tape on my boy and so no. I have 14 or 15 minutes. Tape on my boy. 16. Just like Marco, you be from the Biasham, the voice be a PM for baby. Sunset more time go for dummy. Etimuba Samuel Basa. Attorney General, Godfrey Dami, unresign or China. Or because word in Attorney General. In fact, His Excellency the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia Soba, no be mana Attorney General because word the Attorney General no. When a Juma ye pa. Na Attorney General la. Where we any case, where we any bibia bon kura wusu. Attorney General tini baby. And a mo lawyer for tro krata de brand say. Ampa mo hu say asem no mudi for. Enu nti no mo sre ne emramu ye frɛ no plea bargain ana plea negotiation sanse kwadu na odi abom no ma me ne no ntena se ne enhyehyɛ ho ne enhwɛ eka bi na me boy ya metua mo ma sa big C company ya odi sa ambulance tontroi e tro krata bai se obetua sika no oso obetua me won krata ne ya wa
me di ya pa wo me mu Misuma o my Ghana, Misuma ya dachi, Misuma mabunu ene maba esuamra Ghana abeye emrenim for efitwaje amanfo ohwe suban a ye nuanom mrenim for bi ede na di wo Ghana na di nti America sasemi ni se enkontompo enye o enkontompo enye de di kan asemi de yati adanse ayati from afranu nu nyina ne se asemi ya nhyase ne asemi wa sendi bia no enye ne ena nkitahudie efa ho se yenyi obi enfrimu ma yenni asem no enye asem foforo akoso a enye owura japa no nko a na den na ne akba ai badwemu a ye kan wasemi de di kan ne se eye date kra enni so ya date ni so but bese na otwi ba kuntamunie. No, date was so. In fact, I'm saying 23rd May 2024. Now statement about out every Attorney General outfit no. And your Attorney General is Troy, a Deputy Attorney General, a year Alfred Tuayeboa, and now Troy. Omanhene, Mama Kwina mean kind, a year paragraph in the kind. Or say the attention of the office of the Attorney General and the Ministry of Justice has been drawn to media commentary by persons associated with the National Democratic Congress on an allegation made by the third accused person, Richard Japa, during the proceedings in court on 23rd May 2024, that the Attorney General desired his cooperation in the matter in order to secure a conviction of the first accused, Hazel Atu Forsen. And I'll say, for the record, okay, can sema or the kai or the buy. Oh, enti ampaso so. Na omu pie court no, sami jamfini central for akasa. Amanchemu enunti na ne oni unia no kasa no. Court reporter no say Kofi Asante. Oka say judge no fresh sami jamfi busa no. Nsema oka ye oni central for shy no. Te no court room ana. Mpacho what ase. Enti nipa odi asemi di kan de ba bedroom media yes NBC. Come, oh please, oh casamity anudin. Omi na kasa. That's what we do at court. Me pacho. No, that is what we do at court. If you are, that's what we do at court. Every case, no, two sides no media. So don't say that. Me pacho. No, that's not correct. Me pacho. Oh casano. Oh kase. Attorney General had the statement about public. Yes, that's true. Baba. That's true. I'm proving to you that Attorney General didn't issue the statement. But his deputy. Attorney General, I'm referring to the institution. If you don't know, I'm referring to the institution. So the institution. I'm not referring to the Attorney General as a person. I'm referring to the institution. Granted. Granted. So please. As someone who can say Attorney General, Eddie by Jomuno, Attorney General say, the only day by oyi asembia no obi edi kan dia ba no enya sa na me kan ye and now person chair say statement na if you attorney general office by or can say purporting to be responding to communication from outfit persons nipa wo mo kasama NDC no boa
one ka say NDC o say associated
na me say na sa na me kan ye
but associated, that's right.
Or say persons associated with the National Democratic Congress.
That's what
I am making communication officer.
There's no point that there's no what he's saying. Does not mean that they have not also spoken to the media. What I want you to understand that anytime we go to court and we close, okay, you go ahead. Go ahead,
Baba. Ask Olondo. Don't do this.
But don't make it factual basis.
They canon.
Obey mobile clinic ebekwa round wuti wufie na doctor aba no wa behwe so wo today na wa ma we dru na wa fa president Mahamas member mu amane for 24 hour economy mudi wo mu dadada enti se dodo na se wo be ni wa obeba telephone number bia wo be frɛ wutu mu frɛ sa number na obi be fa offer obe arrangement within 20-30 minutes doctor wom, nurse wom, pharmacist wom, no other show free, no other do free, now I come out to him. And then cry also me by me famamo. Now me can't say, and about Ampasa Messiamwa, and yet.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
The CIMG Radio Program of the Year, Ekosiisen. Are you ready? You are listening to the CIMG Radio Program of the Year, Ekosiisen on Asempa 94.7 FM.
Omanhene, Asante. Omanhene, Asante. Omanhene, Asante. What can I say? What carry I want? Omanhene, Asante. Omanhene, Asante. Omanhene, Asante. What can I say? What carry I want? Omanhene, Asante. Omanhene, Asante. Omanhene, Asante. What can I say? What carry I want?
Well, 3 days into the 6 month year 2024, the trade and Ponyankopon as audience so or the Ache Bibiadano Manyamindi Wenimka, and we keep reminding you, my good self and my brother Obi. Inim di onyame ya no gusua oye nti bribiada obenya kwanya no emfo onyame seda endi. This is the first Monday for this month of June, and I'm honored to be welcoming you and ushering you into the month and thanking God on all of us our behalf. Eba Enewi 3rd June edition of Ekosiisen on Asempa 94.7. Make out say free break up him say nonsia ebebo ede apem no ebribia da meka se be kame ho is a collective responsibility. See betimi adwene o my Ghana honam na kodum pempen so a esesedi de ha adwene se Ghana afare ntomo na gunisa so akasa o de be kora no friend yi na yatimi akonkan. So we always want to move away from plans that are far advanced, is in the pipeline, on the drawing board, and speak to realities. Because after 60 years, our results should be seen. But if you are not still seeing it today, just said there's a bigger problem ahead of us. Jumedi is put together, Ketsi, Ghana's finest producer, Dominic Isiabua, Dr. Jackson, Lawyer Chum, Ben Gazi, Osebos, Obi, and then Yankase Nyaba Kwabena Iadom, and our new convert, Abnapukia Ahwenye, but Ebi friend Toma, whichever way, I think that Ahwenye would do. The other time we talked much about the relevance of Toma and Ahwenye to Mema, and I'm sure say will be a ruler Toma a play in a Mema Yeniso. We made the other time message about surprisingly was related to Toma and Ahwenye conversation, but with them their film nti memma ensa be concentrate enkasa adafo anase krobofo anase Asante ana before no mo sheto da bi mempe we dem de atwam nti mane nso ho a afi Mohammed technically already team denim and afi nyumeko bi so ase your Givers Herbal, your Franco Trading Enterprise, your Tabia Herbal, Syntax Tank, strong and very tough. Provident Insurance, Tortina 74, EcoBank, Ghana, PowerJet batteries, Coco Diary, and a Vivo Energy. Kese Bills, and so as so so send my way there, and you know way my life insurance so yeah down so so over the weekend insurance so to talk. I tell you, as I say insurance I turning from any kind bano. Now no many will be most of ye New York Siena a war no. We should really check it again because my name say construction are affecting you know. I'm here to see what and I said yeah because I want it be so pampe the least in from ebebono bram ofa chimota honum na fa eye jol ho na urem fa eye adam mia bia o hwe se de enua no ebubu egu akwam a na afesi pan so a eno ada from wiem kakrabe I don't know 11:30 sha say to be bia na me no that's around Hachu Agboba area no etoya ntina me nam gempa ho but we used to gempa kwan bia bypass bia enua na bubu eno kwa how to say bram me cars to medinachi me car ne call ya the next car say na me ma betwam na edua no bram fortunately na even a crime free edua no so nti yeah careful and so ana enua na sa gempa no so betre mo dodo na Joel Kwano ho to 37 so dodo na ye tututu nua no ho anti ahode na nkasa edisi ho na nkasa no shada ni honom sa nti mpamcho and they be American Advertisers Association of Ghana. I don't know the kind of billboards have ye put up. The least from me borona akwa anana ebu billboard akese so edencha ebo car and ebo ni pedua and e tokwema e asem kese pa na abano tiesemo. Let's put our various homes and houses in order na emo construction goes and then Ghana Post President Obo just forgive me because Ghana Post is becoming unbecoming and I'm going to introduce some EMS now. And I don't know, more I'm going to and patronizing what is made in Ghana because so but talk to Ojuma phone. I really don't want to go into the details of the conversation. President Obo, those who work at Ghana Post, a parcel department, Ms. Sewa Wadaruma, ultimately smart last year, ABC na enruye. And they become our service providers, no. Omo shoot ni omo buy ni omo ni yebi omo yechire no. Sometimes you're asking yourself, you know, and when they are providing service, sometimes you're asking, oni madie no ye ne hunsu so ma Ghana, any ono ankasa na, but no cannot find wedi. You can visit Ghana Post Parcel Department. Upon 5 o'clock, or the parcel at 4 o'clock. No, I catch you see upon. I didn't hear process not do a film. No, we'll call her. Send a consultative. So I say, media what do it call a channel bar, and it becomes another matter altogether. You know, again, now I know what here express now. I'm say, mama 1 month or so. No, it be the 1 year, it be the 6 months. The other time there was a write-up on social media by a known MPP person. And the write-up seems to just tell Ghana for say we should all forget about sending our parcels through a Ghana Post simply because Otiamanone wakra number through Ghana Post over 10,000 Ghana city up to date, and it's another conversation altogether. So, Mr. President Obo, baby, I will be there are changes. We can clearly say Obo Homodin, and that continues to be the Ghanaian for you. Our best response all the time is Aban also your papa. Oh, to Ghana Post. You are not working. Also, so Aban also on your papa. So now if we are our parcel department, if you want we are until further notice, then what do you do? Also on prayer camp and I keep saying your solution is not attending church 247 or going to prayer camps. It's the renewal and the transformation of your mindset. And I have always said that, you're a public civil servant who could do it 9:25, no our back, 1 p.m. You're completely secretary and also That's the challenge. Yeah, Kokasa Ketuanye. Wa also could do 9:25 no. No upon 1 p.m. no. Yeah, council kebi. How do you go about this? And always you've sat here to talk about the kind of year we are in. Yeah, the uniqueness of year 2024 because elections Ghana's elections this very particular year. But you see, we said yeah, and you may see Kukokuya. And always I'm sad that Kaswa pops up, even though other incidents Kaswa there. But this one is specifically Kaswa pops out not for a good reason again, just a matter of a transfer of votes. Just a matter of transfer of votes. And you are stabbing and you are beating people up mercilessly. Why? What would the NDC or the MPP do for you? No, the best we NDC and MPP when you the best the party can do is for all high ranking officials about when in our bono, they will not come there again. And we keep hammering this that be decent and diligent in all you do, because we are Ghanaian and develop that patriotic spirit to be part of the democratic process. But you don't do it at your peril to satisfy who? The NDC or the MPP or a member of parliament or a minister or what? I don't get some of these things. And some of us too, we should be very, very, very honest. We lack principles in this country. Because you lack a principle, no, Abambia or positioner, to say the NDC, almost everything that the NPP is doing is totally wrong because the NPP did same when they were in opposition. So what it tells me now is that the forward march of this country is difficult. See, Nakadebia just maybe from 1989. Na Accra Kumasi Road, ABC ne. Se me kura me Uncle Fred mo me 1989. We school Adana Girls School say ABC ne Accra Kumasi Road. And nobody seems to be bothered about this. If we still have some doctors who do Dofubia to hospital. No more catch us with the just Omanhene Park, with the night and Kibitra, thinking that the person has slept. What want the panier about Tessa or Kasa? Doctor, would you Tessa or Kasa? Look at the mindset. It's getting out of hand. And they be mean you about the Kolibu or the benches. So I got there and I'm asking, why are you on bench? Also, then the people come to me. I know mine. I don't know one country say you knew, but I'm saying that is not what we need. That means a mask. That is not what we need. We need a health system where whether Fredima, Kwame Dazi, or Kuka, or anybody works in the hospital, very fair treatment. I don't necessarily have to be Omanhene before I get the best from a medical facility, and that's what is happening. Timisre, Ghana na yachichino. Munsuma the latest MPP and the latest NDC don't take over our conscience. And nepa professor moi, lawyer moi, no crepa se paper we a fitani tuntum ne waso, or say a pink, any green, and also. And that's what we're all accepting. I can't believe this. I can't believe it. Think but I'm going back to my roots. Dominic isi ebu adaroma oni makokreku twema nso saa se ejana me yeka crowd TV so na mobile entertainment to Hit FM. Dominic say what? I don't agree to that. So I'm still an intimate person when it comes to entertainment, the creative industry, because they beat me ayama and you be need saying. That's why sometimes I get worried say people will be politically exposed, entertainment people, to follow NDC, MPP, and then when they push an agenda for the industry to shoot to the next level, I don't know whether our politicians, they've come to understand the relevance of the industry we find ourselves in. Because the approach towards the industry, sometimes, maybe for lack of a better word, very not sitting. I want to say, because the opportunities in the entertainment industry, job creation and that chain, revenue and all those things, is huge. In terms of Ghana for poets, actors, ministry do he follows them up with all these people. Oh, Ghana, one of our finest poets, one of our finest actors, one of our finest musicians, one of our finest drummers, one of you know, we are all just up and down. So, Papa, if for Sutherland Park, such a huge person in the industry in the world. And for another day for us to have a conversation, but I'm always happy to have my colleagues in the studio, and they 25 years celebrating Ghana music. Before Krana I have to say big thank you to Charterhouse for 25 years. And yet, you are in one of the stubborn industries where sponsorship another huge problem. So I'm Charterhouse, Teresa, and the entire team. You know, kudos. We'll talk about your flaws, I know, today. We'll definitely talk. Kwame Dazi Tihe, Yakuka Tihe, Uncle Fred Tihe. They all yet Tieng over when is that. But Wabaso said, why, you know, for instance, I just see Reggie Rockstone, he's just a wonderful person for the industry. Reggie Rockstone, dear, grandpapa. And you just, how do I put it? You are just a definition of industry, Nankasa, in a way. Your style, your everything is quite different. On that note, I remember your penny Uncle Fred. You know, one of the people every person in the industry beyond a certain kind of relationship. They go way back. You know, Tapu if you radio go somewhere around 2004. Or 2002, 2003, yeah. Yeah, 2003 no Tapu me no was quite talent the woman. Or Shasie used to my voices at the year and you might crack crabia. And on there, that time no, on me check the paper, I was surprised. 200 is never on me check. I'm surprised. When I would do studio recording, if you had a frame and my voice, you know. Some of those sessions, the Kofa girl, yeah, I'm seeing Yamentino Jai, Celestine Donko, Kofa the bar, Kofa reggae music, yeah. Now, or the try and try, but Molly's reggae, or the train,
Still post, chant summer day.
Yeah. And all the year gospel, you know. And I never heard. I go very to be bottle video good back to back. And so ever since Mini Celestine, we have a serious bond. I really thank God for.
And I was MFA opposed. MFA. We could read it about.
Yes, when I discover. Yeah.
Because this would be a voiceover. And the voice. And I was saying, I let you join. Also, intended to my voice. The MFA probably will be coming to pay your royalties.
So, what you have friend in India is telling you guys about music and the industry. 25 years. We've celebrated Ghana music and the musicians, and certain personalities are here extremely relevant for the industry. They are celebrating, and they are here. They are brave, the good, the bad, and the ugly. I remember the car about Charterhouse for Abasuna Mabon, Reggie Rockstone about. So I'm sure the pundits Nankas know they are only baby, only Kwame Dazi there. Oh, we should be on those why they say. Politically, one kind of infantry, I said, Katie Hammond, or can say the or how many hits send me? I said, we go back and forth. Are you sure? I said, are you sure? I mean, what is your problem? What's your problem? You know, or Joy FM, no Hits FM, or maybe a brand or number. Kwame, thank you. Musu Ejumano, my watching and I'm a chilosa. Hey, Kwame Dazi, also a trachu. Hey, yeah, what tracha, papa. Kwame, thank you, and as well as Coca. Coca needs to introduction because Coca, the Jumano one, you comment that one. I said, a meeting, I don't know, Coca, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia. Hey, okay. Or differentiate or for Chami Kwame Asempa. He's surprised that he's run away from a certain reality. He cook out the BB or Chami Kwame reason Tiasia because Omana you woman go friend. What you friend make Chami say? Come na baby out the no bre pow.
No, my anahum. Makes a history no ehu. Who's in 1992 for me on my family party no. Always a frame on the office. I don't know me no shell.
Okay.
A young man.
Yeah.
We need for a political business. I understand your fuel station is close. It has a proximity to my office. Supply it fuel on credit. Then it's in 1992.
Really, I'm going through Vincent Assise, and one Mr. Sebefia. I was supplying them with fuel.
Wow.
Yes. The lead bound radio. Minister of Annoy or accountant or Tish Remember, Papa, the Congo means in some MP. I should be a finance minister. Policy is quite my departure.
Wow.
You can observe from the first rally was 1969.
Okay.
This is the last rally. Baba DBC call me who feel.
Okay.
79 and a value posters.
So let's start with this. Is it really good for us to be politically exposed as entertainment people?
Yes, sir. But said your time, I'm in Canadian. I've also worked with Rollins.
Yeah.
Tama or not or uncrophobia or support you.
Yes.
So every month Biano a amount of dollars SMM be $100, $200. Even now, se sikana ediama menesa, I will get anonymous call. Kase jiska wine koto aso. Mima uncle boy play. Emma my friend is in Rollins. Or ye play invite Atamios, all the presidents, me making sure say Rovam and new relationship, because I came to realize that they have only creative arts gap no so. They see the comic side, but they don't see the business
real
side.
business.
Enti many omoba. Only omoba we are near for review into we or casting. O catch your that is where the reality comes in. Enti we have been forefront of politics, but Yamaya use it as a comic relief. Time entertainment shows. Entertainment shows time we do the entertainment shows when the decision makers are at funeral.
Yeah, entertainment.
What I say?
It's a good observation.
We do time yes. Yes. She spoils for how they are making moves. She's sending her financing for moves because Monday to Friday.
They're part of the process.
Yes. You can't say my pushy say we should stop saying entertainment and say creative business. Let's start mentioning creative business. Ne mama do me pushy say wo de say mo to my dekra Friday review shows ekoso e shows na ye creative business so that they will come and understand that say you need the second generating revenue for the nation. They will not get it. But then the time you show no, time they are going for funeral.
But that's a serious observation. A party time, funeral time.
Yes,
I'm telling you.
That time no one here. Enya no person here no. Ye time aye kopon obi e kwa akoda. So we rather empower people to go and entertain themselves, but we do empower decision makers to listen to take decision.
Yes.
Everyone on a Monday.
Yes.
By coincidental, Omanhene. Who said that in the years here at Rencham to me, Tejun.
Yes.
Yeah. And Ghana for Munya Wintia, Tejun should a seminar. Omanhene Kwabena was the first person of Femia or my Miss Cassam find your chop money.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And but no, scan notes, not my notes.
He's good at that. That's what I know.
Editor, and you know. We should laugh. 9 years ago. Say, what says can I mark? Because now we are saying answer. And then we are on Facebook. I'm the word they are true.
Yes.
9 years.
But the truth is that the truth is that way back, the recording studio in Accra, topmost, in Zappa.
Yeah.
You have to get to.
Yeah,
second.
Your move to this place is no. When I'm a chairman, I know.
I know.
When I'm a son, when the first last was mine.
I know.
Go for good. I'm very happy to see you
here. We appreciate you, I know. So, Kwame, so far the only was a discussion proper.
Me just say a banner. Politicians send you over creative industry now. For a long time, no, they be can't want some say and come here say you sa kind of love involvement now work for the creative industry. Ningina na say na me mpini fudi ka kan no. Omo yen space ne say as a group in the yedi. But there is a business side to it. And in your friend creative economy no. Na Koka kan say the second generating sector for our economy. Offer tourism, art and culture now Kambumwa. Sa sector C interrelated into Jumedi Mudibiano essence so. Sebia obi a produce enyum nase or performia and in together one way or the other no or sanso so pushing the culture into tourism womb, art womb, culture womb. when we now microphone sika and as a economy ni sika but yen penny for no and measure metias ye near sene who here say your bombarding say investment ebeko industry ni.
But you're pushing enough now because there are so many divisions in this industry.
Me say
starting from the big one, President Obokunya 2 million. You couldn't talk about
research paper nearby. Say industry, music industry contribute 0.20% to the economy as of 2011. How did it inform decision making at top honor? So, me say one way or the other, no, you may be so I work a crab. I mean, who say, send your person can and content them, sir. I very slow.
Okay.
Because here to me, can say, discussions are here. Uncle Fredima, Coca, near for the past 15 years, it being nano, and you the results be because previously, hardly would you see, say, political party be. Actually, say me bar mayor win we am a creative industry.
I see them say about.
Oh, see idea. You see, I got to say competition. We have a sort say.
We bet my year.
Bet me a yatin we.
Exactly.
Because enche biana Dr. Bawumia ebobo ne be a oba obayama creative industry so ni
71 vision.
Yes. Ni speeches seminars workshop okoye wo UPSA.
Yeah.
O can be 4 things obeye. Mate say eye Friday ye di enimu ben so. Eye man pani na da
John Dramani
Mahama so Asia creatives no. Any o makasa. Enti I say yes. Kaka but enkosa ne ye pe no.
Okay, you be so.
Enkosa ne ye pe.
Exactly when you wait because you decide to take it away.
The spotlight.
I'm just getting information that we've picked our brother Kwajonka's. Is that correct?
Yes. So me who 12 o'clock
in relation to what?
Accident this year.
Oh, was another home fundamental because of accident, situation come into no hospital.
No, on side for issue.
From the management say at that point in time, Omni a doctor for Nakasa and not at that moment to go there because no one inviting Crawford to say so right after that, no call hospital back.
Oh, risky.
Yes. And you know, ne whole tour no, and yes, say I put it for a friend and so on bebo no many
Alright. Alfred, let's start here. 25 years Charterhouse.
Yes, 25 years Charterhouse. Already began half in Nigeria, friend you allow your day. Now by and he was into the business of radio commercials and they had a whole lot of things. And on your day said, okay, TV news I said, never be in Shadow and Kosunti. I like the Western Union, so I discover pass, young and Mumu way to a grow or this start here. One or by not a issue I also a crack. A cagnosona in Korean, then pay for when Mononas sponsors them Martina a Quavier. It was the period from 1996 up to the year 2000. A whole evolution in terms of music. Young souls. That time, normal graduated from school. We had school clan. That time, we had TikTok no more. Gaboni clan. Mekai. Academy clan for Nubini. Borax. I'm a recorder. No. Regis Zippinum. And a lot of guys. Omunyamba you see over by. It's right. Your level say no. There was a gap. So between I was scheming. So in 1999, now on the multiple concepts, I Charterhouse. Set an office for Montreal. Now and then over 25 years, I say pay tribute to some of the people now working there. They did kind of Fred Van Dyke. No more Eddie Tarano. Fred Darko. Ni Aite Hammond. And you know, Brad Texan.
These are
what jumping phone back of
Philip multiple concepts in you. John almost start here. Now I did about when he said the period from 1990 from 1990 up to 1996 there was a evolution about Ghana music. The in 1990 show we were perform 90 Pan-African Festival of Music. Other than the likes of Rocky Dawoon, Kafu Day of DTV, Double Keyboards, Van Dyke, they discover a lot of them. Now that Jermaine Jackson. And the brother of Jermaine was a special guest. Our baby, honestly, one and only Black Moses, every baby. It is said time that feel an evolution into music using the guitar computer. So some of the first people promoting be a Nana Dansuabiam, Axe Studios. Willie Roy not Fredia.
Yeah, really Roy.
Omo na Chasamwa. Omo first people no more computer. You hear music. A chi answer na me be. Do you then say the whole Ghana? I had 3 computers at that time. Wow. You hear music. The people came to rent. There's a Males, there's a Meyawanis. The Bemi Center became the center of programming. The programming in 1993, and a combined house of music CHM. And Omataheko. Oh, and on BSA studio. The studio no be Be a Hamon no graphic designer. Ubebe cassette cover the chino. Near Hamon the design amount. And a guy is a very cropper. On the program on is a mallet. See that music, be good to hold a hip life music no Saturday. And I read Rockstone in 1996. Time Vibe FM. And on that day, I will bateko on Saturday. It will mention Sikrano on the bed transmission me KSM. And I so for Kanchanka that I know about baby up. In a woman is saying you want to course I would do for a quick test transmission or the film music number, but at that time I can joy. I feel not joy about the only station or a GBC radio. It's that commercialization of music na Asante. But I hear for I want to be a demo. Did that what prompted Yola? Now according to history, no about na Teresa and so you have front desk manager had no one just okay kaya on this year 1999 and the buy. At that time I discover that some jamnanum I works. Tining my friend Coco when I'm aboard the original beat Shantana that remember. It is that year on 99 and winning award woman's recruitment. We need the best producer, the youngest producer. From 99 on, Yolama Ayedmasa, me bomb about papa because Omanhene. So your party crowd will fee. Amakola. No, be a young fan tobacco cry no more. I saw me catch on easy. So for 25 years, for them to sustain is now 2004 na komobo me ebu. Kagana for quantity HSA. VIP ni your touch of glory Jesus. At that time, Oman Abaso Pano Monum. A quick competition every. Set artist of the year they the most popular
the biggest award was the most popular song of the year.
Don't song Yaji and a VIP for Yaji. The people expect to say for 5 continuous years, God will be more Tiafa more money and far more. Tama for your you say to industry no say Omani Bill. I'm for big set down so said if we produce some will say because you to see this you don't catch yourself yes they had to call a meeting British Council now what am I cool be TJQ no mama train my Peter more and I'm sorry na begin what I can say but a party be a certain group of people almost stakeholders in how will you suffer over bread to one for you and kawa to what to that is good to Freddie Manon Momeka home any it as 2015 I was the longest serving board member. It is a course in a bar music awards of a Bichafam. Bichafam so just on fire. First now I want the just all ones and I was your traditional awards that and breaking into 2. Yenny dinner be nearly that's small ones because if you could do best 8 hours in near the first one you know till 2005 CK man any man and it's the man way. If you want to just say, I want to know it will be brilliant only to home. Only and performing on the night. So you for I want to call the various regions near quiet fair one or you probably be able to perform me at the end of the day, Naka Krabiaba. It's your next 25 years. Say you're learning any pound for Omaba, no more Baba, Queen, Omanhene, your mama basso. They've gone through help. Now, sorry. Almost 16 skin. And yes, sir, some one I know after there was no, and I know ya, but in the part, like Oliver Twist, you all be asking for more. And I bought members since some chance, only in the power, only our industry. To me, when it comes to critiquing the award now, especially by wins now, because one time board next to Dano, because I'm coming to Tuesday, normally yes, I am and I'm very, very careful in my critiques. So as the conversation goes on, you better in about 25 years, this is a bit of history. I'll be doing it. Now you said it.
It's a community, but it's a tackle event than Casablanca night.
Okay.
My observations bear for nothing more to us. I had issues with maybe issues was with sound.
Yeah.
I don't know whether
sound idea ubia kahansam na me I was in the auditorium to me say sound no. It wasn't the best. Beginning no crowd na very terrible. I mean say queen kakra na better kakra. Now it appears almost every time biano you can't sound no hansam. and first time in ye and Kemia say minim ubi beka say we be organizers no omonti and no money resources no mon rectify. I think say 25 years on, apart from all the achievements in about somebody at the moment no emedu say ombehwe sanyoman kitin because I know it take the beauty out of the whole ceremony. Say obi performing na bia yen say dan tin nkan yi enso no ne craft no we're putting in so much. A man for by behwe no or person krofo hu how well or they ne performance na ede ma wom ba waba yen ti sound ni yi emu twi nya clear ni nyina no ma show no enko yi enti no one thing sound now kind of one thing I think so sa grand arena hono auditorium no ohwa a level offer baby to say national theatre I won't say it's sloppy offer conference center the Nankasangsa main conference center I won't say it's sloppy but grand arena na a from flat say into no say oti auditorium na bia wo achia and I will fin krana ending say wo be hu anim na ne sanso kwa ma yanene say e bia performance bi cost no bia sorry no we si wanim one way me usually no say minya VIP ticket continental because of media juma into be PP obey say into no metie so what you kwanza me hi to you and say when here Ekosu wo anim enye say bia me comparison but 3 music awards on my word omo ye omo nya bia mu omo ye bibi omo ye the same premises unim omo ye omo so rises into omo raise platforms emma bibia oti bia no uhunu stage ne so me say ayade ba ko ye betimi aye on international platform shows be san omo ye no enti no I don't know again meaning say sikasemo the auditorium belongs to the organizers of the Vodafone Ghana Telesa Ghana Music Awards or more media as minimum near besum ho kwan so omo nye rises emma oti hona wo hwa obi feel comfortable again awards scheme ma TV enya ye wono nkwa ne apart from say be obi isi manim ebesan ko TV so obo so no obi atwam na manfo ne nam bebre standard ne say awards ne cost one can ko bia movie around. It is done almost everywhere. There were breaks. Until you were breaks, no breaks. We to here on so kind of international awards. Continue and say 30 minutes before I should best start. You know, Obian my metinasi. What sir 30 minutes time? And you more announcements. Near actually say do break. Remember break by 15 minutes. Ubit makoko yo hu ubit o money adia 15 minutes obetinasi. I antisa one is who send kofone nam na we pie koba na we and also think that after 25 years ye be ma awards presentation afi no bi ba be kan na busua for one tin
and it's a part of us
standard protocol your more time say presentation e be a 1 minute elsewhere time no so 1 minute na ye be montage ye be cut line no or mic no be cut off. Into him say, yes, come and present an award to this and that. Where we nobody awards no so time da home time.
Good evening, Ghana. Good evening, everybody here. The winner for Artist of the Year.
Oba Bekasa sound beka story into the show. Esanke started by 8, you know. Yeah, shas 10. Near some 4 a.m.
Yeah, 4 a.m.
Na ya homete wahu me did say in as much as I bon crofo abaso eno de etiase say TGM is on my yard here say the only award scheme 25 years o magina o naso na o mo she artist in crime artist be babo ntin be dia dance here say awards na bo kwa be pray so then Hamilton and Che bia Asante Enterprise Live di o se ni nyina ka ho bi awards nyina ka ho bi e bi no menya deals wo outside the country a picture wom elevate wom into no more yard but omo hwe sa no marketing kitin say obi ebe present award na nkofo di na cho wa kan no masem we no bi sa be twe ne kon abeka bibi I mean it doesn't make sense it doesn't make sense Ekosiise and what you know menka performances are say young men ko
of course
performances no metinasi have who say your artist no almost invested in their craft now.
Performance Freddie Macastil performance.
No expert because about the sound, about no key, about no craft now unimu.
But how did they almost two the many dance so pies and confuse say be my sen ko win here people's choice came promise.
Yeah.
I don't know how of flop
minim say na on tin who monitors ni mu one. Minimum so say how well does he rehearse with bands? Usually when we are musician now we know strength and answer you now the voice it's very important to say you keys
yeah
and so who keys ye pa and no never born and say when you be out me bo keyboard and now guitar and I say what I rehearse with those instruments and no ufiki mu fast
or too offbeating now.
Yes, because I realized, say, Kim Promise was going off key for a long time.
No, the whole time.
I mean, kind of sample.
Prompters one, I say,
and no, Sadia, no, a trick. This is we are very talented. Kwame Eugene, a bit or off kikakra, but some because Kwame is that church guy or more keyboard or on the instrument, you know. Fast, or picking it fast. Kwabena. What they show? Near can sound and yet but Kwabena came on. What's in the sound? If you came on, super. Just look at a fierce performance, the entry, tiny vocal performance. Would you fear any international platforms were or better any? We are Stone Boy. We are so maybe you starting fee and if the craft no or starting fee every benefit be no more compilations be. And so no, but like it was beautiful. Now see as a day yatisa watu or so many and so no 10 beer or two or man a different twist way or should I na adwebi na okofa brassman be na man a different feel and then a performance stagecraft. But I wasn't so impressed with Kim Promise's performance because for somebody in the past year when you're good year say with the big hits monster hits the whole world now in now he was the biggest contender to Stonebwoy now a man for I can say Stonebwoy and far or befa one fast Stonebwoy befa and no now man for some be a change on stage but Uncle Banessa concept na no person more I was trying to understand maybe an artistically I meant here so no teen so na no the brun so no I didn't get the whole thing. I think say I didn't do so man and one thing so obi one more so on so strong on stage so to nyum no esa na nyuma be break ka ho at the same time one here and they multi feet Musa no. Obi to say Mr. Drew, I'm a home. The performance was beautiful. Mr. Drew doesn't have to do so much with voice to impress you because you're a dancer. So offer Mr. Drew performance ne strength no ejina choreography ne asana or sana more. Into no me Mr. Drew etuna so call off Kia me blame no. But Kim Promise call off Kia me who say bibi anko ye because Kim Promise is a singer by default. And to me, who say, some performances in a year, ye to you may be a rapper, Kim Paluta, typical rapper, so all ye singing. Me, I'll never judge Kim Paluta with a singing parameters, no, like I would do to Kim Promise or to Kwabena. So what you say? And no, a different thing. So I think I see invested so much into the live thing. Okay. And now some of them too should learn how to blend the stems and the live band. No? Okay. Because hybrid no. ABR instrumentals be was here near more live now at so. Okay. And also another trick and go be used. So me performances in a year me come top 3 Ifia 1 Nasi 2 Stonebwoy 3. Anybody can disagree and bring their own list.
In that order, Nasi.
In that order. Okay. Number 1
Kwabena.
Wow. 2 Kwabena did well, but say on performances because it was more or less like a tribute. You know, 1 minute. Bianca, even episode also did well. But make minya ample time to assess how well they performed on stage.
Okay.
These are the people.
Thank you, Kamdazi, Joy FM. Let me remind you guys, say, colleagues in the industry, a lot of text messages on Modebano. It's so beautiful. If you move, as we triangle, Fred Adrico, is it another Benny Dax, you know? Yeah. So, a lot of messages, even more draw, it's a good history, but another new and all. I saw me now. I mean,
what Nana Bain did with graphic showbiz. I remember when Roverman came in and said, I wanted people to understand theater from the lens of theatrics and then performance and music. Or true review now kind paper now. Omanhene the following week in full house because all kind pictures no bawenisu, and I think he's one person who really gave us reviews. True. Omaye yes yeah send ye reviews. Asema mene Kwame Dazi can be say ye ni obi o show na here no. We don't have any journalist and a creative person watch a review of the whole show. You let me say I am picking this as a document to do a study. But yes, a sound go say, performance and go say.
Oh, but we do. We do a lot. And in the past, we used to do a lot. But when system nasa, people have lost interest in reading so much. I say, with me, a beautiful article. I do reviews on analyzing it. Why if you? But do a video. Yes. That's all you break down. Video, they watch. And most of the people who used to write, writers in the baby, is almost transition to YouTube. I want to know better how to the bottom. And the woman say, maybe spend the time we at na table throw at the end be an kind of clicks out be an kind idea. Why don't I rather do a video, put it on TikTok, on YouTube? To get some money, but there are few people still doing that.
Okay, so
from that,
what really went wrong? There's a common credit because no doubt about that. They've done very well, but the flaws.
First, me can say on my idea, and I also thank the Kumasi boys who lifted the game. Asante was also celebrating the 25th anniversary, so lifting that paluta their presence in this was good, and I feel technical production may be another challenges in the world. Technical production, somebody who understand the craft and then putting the whole craft to say senior na Kwame Kano. You know, our biggest pitfall, say auditorium no flat. You are selling a craft, so create an atmosphere where auditorium na even the panel take on. Otiwako ubichu chanhuashe say hina me wono. Create an ambience. Is also give baby a wuti bianu ya okay. And you flat seating, so you create tables ni bi krabe to me akwachiwo ho and a high table ne sanoma create ambience ne create patterns where people be far and ha camera works no. Sometimes your camera works no, ye send your social media no, sometimes in san you feel say ye TV production, but TV production ye bibi bebre ube to me there are places that so no shoot to go. Some performances need some interviews need some the producer go into say issues bar you play them into some of the performances you can obi wo ha minimum shows around America performances ni you recording ni na wi anse na wasan be ye wo ho so that should in case anything happen they are tune you need back out but when you say ubeko TV live when you say senior who produce your auditorium no amount of for live or Facebook no sa production and for TV because you need the human interaction.
So yes, I just come to our page Asempa Extra review of the 25th TGMA and other matters arising. And
also, Three Music.
Yeah.
Three Music got to a point where we realizes and we say, creative fan pack so that there will be energy in the room. That anytime will be Baba show, Baba stage, the fans will give you energy. And just like Kwame said, the rehearsals for the performances, it was a no. Me a theater person. I'm coming from Ebu Heights principles. Unimande awokoye. Adena awokoye ye hu dada. Die na wo de ka ho a ebema nipa na watu sika no. Obetena se na so okufie no ohwe the original video na obehu difference wo mu. That wild moment no ni show in ni performance DM. Red carpet in the na ekun.
Hey, red carpet let me take cassette too. We na ko sapon ba na kasa na
AJ sapon
and also that guy back on so kasa at the same time we na feedback na bana de bi na metro
you Ghana.
But if you check the background of people who did the job, there are serious people in this country.
Yes,
they are very technical, top-notch guys.
You Ghana and you who say na nekuya adu ako Nigeria
AMVCA
ako buomo in terms of costume. Any fashion. So, what was the fashion lineup? What were we projecting?
A lot of messages about a president association call myself. You
see, but and I make us only now. Oh, you show no script Ben your dear man so one kind because you should.
And this is different. They should just cancel the live bands and leave it for the big boys who are naturally good with it. The entire show was very painful to watch. Yes.
So imagine so what to take it or what to table 50,000. Not baby out in Crofotcha ni twa wanim. And a performance sound no struggle. Obi o feel cry enjoy the watch TV no better chenwa. What economic value are you putting in?
Okay.
What you see. So I feel say sure no, we should start rehearsals 2 day 3 rehearsals and it doesn't help. Do a 2 weeks rehearsals, do productions and put them there so that when it goes bad, because you are marketing Ghana again, your creative business, tourism, any ministry, if they are not interested in the craft, no one invite Grand Cotton.
Oh, they are more
and yet your appearance is what you need.
Okay.
Put economic value and tell them the returns you want.
Okay.
Listen, this is what we have. I want to market it to the international world. I want to be able to show it on other digital platforms. So we want to put this amount.
So that's our darling boy doing his own thing.
Yes.
Can promise.
Yes. We want to put this amount of money in. This is our expectation. What you say? Then let our tourism and our creative arts speak well. Let our culture dressing, let the fashion sense, let the food and culture we want to export, and show. Then but we are demanding a lot as Ghanaians. But in terms of liquidity for the production, it's less. The only big brand that is really supporting is Telecel.
Okay, so Dauda Ali say, I love my fellow Ghanaians. There's nothing they would never criticize. So that's exactly what you're doing. BBI ever criticize.
It is not that. We have criticized the bad side. We are also telling government, say, they need liquid, not just saying I'm supporting. You can mention my company. You can do this. But give them, this is what we have now. Okay. 25 years. I dare you are new. Will you wait? Now you year of return. You need to be able to know.
Okay, so Papa Shamo, US of A, say, I think award recipients should not be allowed to have more than 3 people following them to the stage. And they say,
but when you say you see a free shooting incident in
the 2021.
Yes,
2019,
yeah.
When you say, can't show
there was no shooting,
no pulling of gun,
altercation.
Yeah.
When you say, a very American article be about signboard music awards. Obi do achibiano. Esa was sending the din. Esi ye profiling no. Esi ye who they saw
to get on stage.
Yes, because esi ye profiling. So any parkour number you can replace, and you can a certain number amount. Send your car, you will have a duration. Hey, yeah, you be you near bo. video of Royal presentation. Their presentations and Ukraine recorded. Yeah, backstage I recorded. Entire performances in Abuba FM. Because maybe those are not the key, per quality, per performance. And this and Abuchia ka almost about 40% the academy na be backstage in the but production wise, you be more feel say a life.
Well, Uncle Fredo Bemba, Atongo Kwame Frafra say we only have few musicians in this generation. All the guys are musical artists. Also, there's what
we call musical artists. We have performing artists
and recording artists.
Okay. Most of them are recording artists. On say because you know you and the drone. My him no me. You be 100 years be work on drones. So drones say ko kwanzima mi o. On so no oba. And na about technology into music. Tama ye no say I didn't one song wa back BVs no. Be family so but to ni pepe and auto ba kwa na etwa dia kusia say it we na such a way say so be school no kwa be to nwa na enya make me prepare show ma voice na ye okay on the performance of the night
as na be question no David JC everything should be the responsibility of government. Why not look for sponsorship and lessen the pressure on government? Ghanaians and dependency on government. Opportunity is paid by government.
Our creative business is seen as entertainment.
Comic.
Yes. So there's no economic value. Now, only Pakrona, ESO Parliament or TSC, passing laws. Anywhere, you bring your revenues no more be ye. Only Pakon time me entertainment unti. Only Pakon Angas and Busan's creative associate then.
Okay, so let's go to the night.
Yes. The night, you know, Omanhene 25 years, century 100. Uchemu 4 and 25. And easy. At that time Roba and Madame Nana. Oh, eti I didn't so every year be a baby. So compared the demerits of yesterday, now the Baba be ni 25 years ago, there were some people on bus stage in Omniha. So in the beginning of the 25 anniversary, you know, I said you bo, you may be acting because anyway after 25 years, you know, now my phone didn't want to you. Apart from much of the day, the antici came out by it. Now I'm about whole. Your jack was the bobo, but skin you saw on at their promoter when we couldn't. The jack na about say we are in bow. But their music don't care for one my own represented sending many now and be drew. Now they cry me on the night was the Kwabena Momentonium. You have a category called Best Male and Female Vocal Performance. Best Male Vocal Performance and luckily me back champions of whom. Obi or Dr. Bodi Yamiche command your money bia. What is the chairman say to him, sir? What are these collection be commando? Yo Lordina the soprano. I got a kind more near that near Parents music why couldn't they constitute these people into a say let's constitute them and let them celebrate these people with that kind of voice? Can you say your crowd they couldn't go and a friend man says Sunday them both himself now come from cry old man 25 years you have been part of it. They show you the stereo the keyboard on hymns. Number of tribute for us what in nama umayum to nice scene obi anye omai pettiness any be a and then let's together people Freddie Markey is no more part of the board, but that guy is very creative. Young fundamental and Freddie Markey, what can you do 25 years to celebrate all this? Now me to part of my cupboard no me da pa na quite be to celebrate. Say that was my worst moment. So if you look at my right let me young and all over the world. Emufa G-man Fred Ghana you a long way to go. 25 years you have killed it. This one of the bad moment. Scripting. Afena scripting, you know, your group number, you know, your mom does so now see then the group the doors by me wa. Somebody does so pa any other so mom does mom mics or mics young group on now one side. So if you want to mic, you know, we are big now. I feel a storm about brass band. You will be a CM tuba no. Say my queen from commando. Say my queen from commando. So most of the brass music from boy to resonate the message. Now see, brass band or the bomb. The jadon parliament. Now let's go to the acoustics of the room. That place is surrounded by the Accra Sports Stadium. Tinye, The Independence Square is here, Accra Sports Stadium is here, Osu Cemetery, and the conference center, they all play a very vital role in terms of acoustic environment. Reflections. They do an idea ocean day. It is a dinner flat here, and I don't say a tent. Tent, you know, will be a better than will be at even Pacobia Shayano or trick sound in Nibi. So if there were a lot of more people sitting in the room, I almost share cotton dress here. The song will be absorbed there. Say I told the space. Wow. Yes. Still pause about 4 years ago. I was with David Hines. Thank God. Sometimes we do me what was doing here. With me, no. Me no picture cry. About now because we said that quiet and got try baby and still pause by the way what you say them that position I've got try. Say me pay and so on thing. Say the still pause board that day no sound on that day no. There was difference. And when in your own sound we can't get it all better because at the end of the day, you know, electronics the slightest in current can even deviate the frequency of the music. It's a honor and kakra or the then so no kwame easy sir when you are doing multiple kind of streaming we have microphone you dedicated ones say to lead voice say you that's why we use colors. So you say the colors, all orange colors we are A for lead vocals, green, backup vocals, A for instruments. So if you want stage, stage hands, you should know all these things. So scripting also played a role. It was not well scripted.
25 years.
Yes, I'm watching the day. I'm watching the day my uncle was he supposed to perform. Today he was caught in the act.
Yes.
So
he was not able to perform.
Yes. Also, if you question the award now. So yeah, now can you perform? I stand for correction unless it's scripted. Say you do how much you very for so Muslim or nano and knowing my uncle no or certain principles on the night or any obi concert it won't put trigger from the man ever the organizer that also train or gain profit business can home no be account of the man neighbor na much the day charge be 150,000 or sorry man for you but the carpet man. So the carpet band has to rehearse most of the songs. Who's I they call carpet band for now? Which was you wasn't familiar with them? No, nobody know the there should be that kind of chemistry. At least one about the guy the above violin should have been there because he has props via or bar. You need to hear those things to perform well. To I no see from a band of us or bet you over say tia dey Fredima me chon dia dey nyina. Esa kwa no nko feature about akwa no dey. Akoko 25 years. My equation but you asuzi da so dey am to say asuzi da modo. What dem yimi nyamia ye mezi mi kra o dankwa mami ma horses a child to keep you have in the industry. Oh my and me be ya to saram. Me be fa akra demonstration over the mercy say hockey turf no ko hwe oda se ni I would now tom money in post says yes so anyone want to be a botema in the next year no yes my what is wrong they be no ka say yes to cry no pay na ba to be Ghana nia say be o no the focus touch you no the toilet that to got now to we yes so ba we wage no am ba we ntina o be je we wage dey say we dey go no ba to we as we judge Ghana ni Omanhene be say aginyam me the sort of award the event for her. And secondly, how should it get to what? Obi 500, 700. Our baby beginning years to beg.
Too much.
I don't try to continue. What's I say? I didn't continue on 3. Now all money so all money some wine. Oh my one more 500 is you are all money some wine. Oh. On a soir, je crois que j'ai bien avec toi, avec les gars au rap, c'est allé dire what's up, tell me tu as brought here. Well, to me mon c'est bien day, why here. You bon so why. Ko be money so. If you start we can no. This time you play some town baby. You said that akochu omo. We buy say you do. Bon some of show nya because for television. We cross over. Why here. Yo you kopa. You kopa because in this era no that's a ni ekofom no the sick I go to ku ngasa etwetwe control ni ade for Omanhene you are so there so the 25 years no yes ni be koye but ni be so an koye den koye no ye beka what na makasa no say the last one props so we can promise you na o twa yi as piano ni si wo you ba to piano wo bia onum piano bia no Who say piano no your octaves if you high 7 octaves 6 octaves it is record there dey be see what say piano no well who the kind of keyboard we cover space no we have say 5 octaves keyboard na and change na and you professional no the director of the Ibeka Church ben could catch piano no from TV so I suppose you know say proper piano needs to dummy so but don't blame them sika holding sika what this is muja this muja
an activity like Ghana Music Award
sika what this is just muja so no me first time ya professor Lesa there pastor no one chance that sika ni aba no enye easy so
your party pass you anyone
yes the sponsor is no here me again who say me from a music and go sponsor and go talk car CD family or bram talk small car na go say abetifi ko we for no so say small cars ni be from mountains am music because no ko ya de tia no we music ni so you invest in the creative industry absorbing and then getting the body back, it becomes a problem. It becomes a problem. What when you produce no we are no agreement on no sign proper agreement be any eti abani nyina mo bi de sika say adwonu ma na it high people tell us for abaso na bo chat house abaso it's easy for them to put up so I know what your line in you come it is to be able to say area red room hono omo yes
omo kanana
I want to change our so oh
Debbie
and you know there shebo so we here I mean you
feeling
yes check on the whole this so to 5 octaves say to back fairly you have to get a 7 octaves keyboard if you any come the same it's technical people you maybe which one frame man Charlie come and see okay wait
and they showed everything
and we should to and tell you how I so you could proper piano neighbor
or Chamio there yani say there will be a final say take this picture so only people need the technical ability to say
Ghana music out 25 years after we
okay, so my can messages in by wrap up and our conversation. Oreku Pine say no, Ebenezer Afo say all performances must be pre-recorded. And Oreku Prime say Omanhene last Saturday we witnessed great performance from our arts, but I saw which needs to be corrected is the transition from when one receive an award and the DJ has to come in and entertain the crowd. And this also says, one thing I messed up from the old VGMA to the 25th TGMA is the Warrior song by Osibisa as the event theme. That song has been given the sound background of the event, an interesting one, which we missed it. Ebenezer Afo say, there is no award show that performances are played live. Let's learn from what global citizens do. So award shows
if you hire record live if you also are live in TV now so that you in case anything happens you can
I say Castro and Nanu say how do they feel his only competitor is not there. It's time the board bring Shatter for state competition. Say hi to brother Kwame Duncan. That's how Shatter the Stone Boys. What's the issue? Okay, I think resolved.
Yeah, but say you know I'm here resolving you.
Oh,
that resolve ni that resolve until Obia Kaka is show. That resolve and they are holding the industry. Unfortunately,
two key people.
Charlie constituency don't hold no. Omanhene, you have no idea.
These people should make sure say
Asempa 94 coming the president of Ghana bit from. I'm telling you, hey, you guys, man, telling another minister of creative art, affair you guys, mona yecho wenum. Ama mumma yes to finokro obi anya na obi anyu ni enkenko enum but
it's so me gini so man kasa no me
yes
also most of them also incite their followers
against other
you catch followers na no problem is do na few followers no
but opinion you ba
down the list is a divided front BT Kwasi Obinfosu we so him no a parliamentary candidate na no kwa dental na went to me. I think people are personalizing the show. Oman, it is about certain individuals in the studio, but the general observation. It is not about certain individuals in the studio, but the general observation. The comments are fine, but he should limit the I and me in the submissions. So BT Babajo from a former rapper, 90s artist. Okay, I never knew. A rapper. And Jeff J said, ask Coca. the reason why I think Amarai is a musician.
Amarai.
Yeah.
But yes, we're so pull out. Your friend saying Team Eternity. But Team Eternity do the same thing. Yet here from beginning, class before a week to the show, class no. Sometimes maybe you don't meet their demands. And you conclude and Odina Kamama. So Obi a record label. Amarai is huge in the US or a record label. Or new stretches really me patch say can't Ghana obia o yesika e wo Ghana music more and now so obia we nyasika o Ghana music is Amarai because pen stretches ni bibia ni royalties ni bibia ni sa no man yire ko yie man.
She's based in the US.
Yes.
Ghanaian based in the US.
Yes, enti oba na apa ye ka say artist o nyasika o nwum a ono enti the system ni stretches no omo allow kwa ma won deal with him her as in the personality and so go through the label and the stretches.
Very structured like
yes. I call it to say Papa Ghana ni frefre. But sometimes you need to deal with the label. Label no so be rap, country rap yes on the daily.
Me hear keyboard way.
But I guess in him say or release or show baby or Twitter X to explain what's happened. So I said now disagreements be announced. Yes, on some of the things that don't hear and sound our performance. I don't know when to me and come to terms with it.
Okay, so that's about so. But Jerry Tebi say, good afternoon, Omanhene. In fact, Uncle Freddie should have been given an honor because his input to the entertainment industry over 3 decades is unmatched. My regards to Uncle Freddie Jerry, it's a master P. Orlando and all the way. Oh, wow. Lots of your text messages. Now, Unya was waiting for your mother. The industry awards, what followed that?
The only award the menu will be a CIA competitive RTP award for music. Nothing. Not even recognition. I'm so born recognizing me. 8 years about that
okay.
Kind of nothing.
This one from USA, the MCs were standing too far back on the stage. Why were they using the middle stage and stood closer to the audience? Not to pick on Chris Atto, but I think his act of putting his hands in his pocket while speaking to the audience was not nice. So maybe we can talk briefly about the MCs. No, we talk about Reggie Rackstone, then we try and wrap. And then fantastic, Andy Dusty. And DJ Black,
Andy Dusty,
and fantastic Andy Dusty and DJ Black. But if they
we're in the introduction now. For the 96. If you're but on hip life for introduction, they are very nice. It was well crafted. My kind time I would not start here. And I just say, what's the one? I was seeing Egu. It was nice.
What was the problem?
I'm saying for no man, said I have problem. But who said Chris? Oye biache kaneno em say ono Dorian Doni kwamisi fakan they were at the forefront for a long time no ofrimu it ofrimu the current situation in terms of guys now no we sure said do no onimu so the communication between na obi ka say don't mugirachi the promise was for the artists on that day then who's the kanene we ko change entire look at my hair now show my. And now if you remember president award no so kwa tell your mama you say president award I feel that we be advert and I feel say we so who yakoto online what they just say there are sponsors so tell you that's been previous on tell say but me voda MTN no man no for 024 no come on
yeah cuz 020 sponsorship
so okay you so I remember why they should be briefed.
So the briefing was
yes. The precise and concise. And some way now, you about where you come from. And where you do the mic, and they just say, and I'm here, be why, maybe the whole Ghana, I'm on YouTube with them, do so. We have better follow me. I just say,
hey, you want to take advantage of
Omanhene, just say, yeah, the demand be breed, grow. The demand be breed. Oh, I can't swear. You better all time, Pagrono. Because when you are going to correct the system, because we tell you, at that
time we are dealing with royalties.
This year, sir, the weber mistakes, ever sir, consider coaching. Yeah, but them sir, why him? Missy be be and I mean, Uncle Fred, Missy, be you be to say. Studio are not me here first or Adabreka. Or any coming commander behind first, Studio, maybe about no. Coming commander of Vanka, we hand first. But I can't tourism for say, come first Adabreka if you don't talk. You have for being Pada de Book, Rabas, previously. You and I were not there in 1948. Then chose a common commander or shade in bed of a dozen, you never knew Ska, Obian Fimi.
Uncle Fred, be Mami can set our board member or a Ghana Music Awards, no, where the I've been.
No more over the way, no
I'm almost fair. Netienne say,
I don't want to pull, but the implementers.
Netienne say, I've been ready. Ubia bet me at Omanhene bet match the cook, Miss Match, but and yet Nina no bet me afa. But I can't let me say, you're queer anyone, you're coswell pushy, and you may be a person. I mean, say, what can't say, and I say, I crash it, that's so coffee to me. But maybe I never say, Omanhene, Miss Swaney say, advocacy has started for a long time.
Yeah.
A bit maybe because you're pa by any view. Yes, Anna.
We feel
because imagine say 15 years ago you starting your man na ye na anke bianca sa small development na anka ma but essence ye new ma ba community binti no and you say improvement na abakakra o e ma bebre it assuming say many Uncle Fred Coca any industry for na de bia ye kan sem efa industry no ye ka say na de ye kan industry no asem bi mu a imagine say you bet me say any improvement there ye improvement no in the next 10 years 15 years to come no omo ba na omudi echi na eba na so omunya ne aye no so mfaso no ehia de ombenya say ye na nanom no omo anye bibia sabe eye kase e betimi aboa industry no omanti manya amayen ntese mayen so mayen at this point in time tinene de Uncle Fred mayen lose hope at this point in time yen koso ana se ne ye no yen say enempo na yen hu results a ebi ochine bi no ne ye ne no bebo echirima so mfaso mate.
Okay, so we'll wrap up with these two areas now. Yeah, etima twa
manka host na asem no
me ba e call Dominic. We'll cross over soon to Kaswa to get the real situation. I see one just be on standby. But my council what joining the 25th TGMA Awards. Can VGMA Awards now, but TGMA Awards. Telecel Ghana Music Awards 25 years and I are celebrating. These renowned gentlemen about the creatives are almost someone who do bedroom Kokawa. Kwame does Joy FM and have a Inuya paying Uncle Fred. In fact, a lot of the text messages I want to say but it belongs to the stage, you know what I want us to talk about the stage, you know, say like lights and stage
Uncle Fred the place now show no it's not meant for that show. Now it was height no so no the stage abaso stage na abam no so no a limited whatever you can put at the top or drop your down because esana even visual expose no you are going to cause harm to the people who sit there based on the light na you through any reflections are free your friend is LEDs in the sober. We should go back and make sure we get an auditorium for our creative performances that has the ambience.
Amphitheater.
BBA you bet you because set in a was nice, but the room for to exploit and give out the best was limited. Okay. So we can say be or pursue free throw and oba on to me. This tent no. Yes, and now can't Reggie. I was very disappointed. Baby Reggie. Ebeshe no. No, hip life at 30. We are celebrating hip life at 30. Really, what was the theme for the awards? What was the theme? Yeah, can you see a market Ghana? What is our music? What were we? What was the core reward we were given? And Afro music, you know, and I say high life music, you know, and I said then what was the core? Into you say at that moment, you're celebrating. Sa hip life at 30 for you recognize you or more. Reggie Bayen Obudina na ya tu camera no atu echiwo obefeel say nipa neba na wabudino no wako aba
suspense.
Meanwhile too DJ Black consistently in the room give them a hint he can do that or started bubo old songs Emma Edem hono echo viral to the extent where say obo shatawale nyumbi ma say and baby I say even the person was not there, his impact in the room and the response from the song was felt. So ade na uma sa DJs no ke hono was expecting say hono na ka me expecting say Andy any black they could have gone back to time sa hip life at 30 no and then give us a back to back. Because you can't get all those people in that room to perform. But Reggie's side one, it was vague. Really, what did he come and do? To just come and hold the mic and jump around
up and down
and then go? No, creatively there was nothing. Into a fear now, no Bodina, no Nyaji, because Lord Kenya, and no, yeah, no, or the microphone.
Lord Kenya didn't mean so about.
Because also the microphone is there.
My brother, Lord Kenya,
thank you. Yes.
Was it to the jobs of Kenya? So if you didn't come and say,
yes, so because you know, and Uncle Freddie can say after Obia scripting, and your Obi responsibility say Obeshe says our script now, you know, it becomes reality. No Obia handles our space now. I said this is the time you go in. Sano many may, but I think on the night, Andy as a DJ, DJ Black, I said, oh, they show that music lives in them.
Yeah. Andy Dusty DJ Black. We are great guys. Madam Wasi. We should improve on whatever we are doing. Me teach you there's more room for improvement.
Afronita and Abigail.
Yes, Afronita will be a claim and a Japan.
Success has many friends. You know, before young quite initial radios, we say, okay. I can't say a prophet in you can't see me. I'm so that no, it's bad
at all
because I British Got Talent.
Yeah,
I'm saying, and when you know your Teddy,
at all.
I am many Jason your crown in terms of the communication. How are we introducing costuming, the image, videos biya a free timer qualify she became a professional. Nekasa enti say obia ofo say baby a wedru no adru. He gave reference to everybody that mattered. Senia omukoa omuhu omu videos omu atare kro omu. And I think tourism ministry any omu reward day omu because what they did it will take another century for that
to get to that
to get that. Ye invest omu. And then we should now understand that the youth, they enjoy dance and music. Give them the room. Allow them. Make they be as this elections, the creative arts that will determine the elections. Because talk no eye too much. You need people who can go and bring that 47% of the youth who are away from politics, and these are how we need to support them. Yensi a curriculum no, yensi a taxing system. Ama you know so called GRS say creative arts. To me nya data bia also. Ewo your contribution is normal. All what you see is entertainment. But if we are the second highest contributor to the GDP, why can't you do what will help in collation? Why is it that the state still investing in data collection to know avenues and revenues? Anyhow, we can improve on them because it's just creatives. As I was saying, what is government investing? But she get on on Atari, Kinteni Sanoman, Sanoman. Why you be BRS we can say Kobo ya mini documentary. How they started to market the arts for the long ones to get in status. They pay dues, they pay their taxes. People go and learn from it. There is a revenue stream for the state.
There's a manoji in the language. Manoji.
I said I'll keep on keeping on.
Manoji.
Very nice.
Stone boy.
Stone boy. Oh, Charlie. Now, for my baby, we didn't be kind on the 16th of September 2009. Reggie Rockston's place. It was a Wednesday. If my
Manoji.
The first time I handle a friend is a live sound. Mini Panji.
And where is Panji?
Panji is around. Panji. The man the first microphone. Now not about even or green shirt. Na killed dinner. Let me see that day. That day I'm catch somewhere say Charlie, the future is good and it is Saturday when Yaji say utmi wini award no ina there are more talents ahead.
Well, my attention has also been drawn. Say, first time I Reggie Bully. Almost Bully.
Omokobi.
Reggie Bully.
Omokobi, yeah. But there's one more Reggie Bully.
It was X Factor.
X Factor.
Yeah, where British Got Talent.
This segment, this part with British Got Talent, this is how far Yako. Dear Yayini and Utie any benefits na edebana. They are going to be Ghana's exports in terms of our creative arts. That's what I'm saying. Say Omani nyinadi omani koso. Ni DH emo handless. Because sike bebe free contrast ni sa no mo be nya no. Dance shows no ma videos e di omo be ye no. Ombe didi wo ho. Na
ina na mo creative ministry omo tu kan woni mo.
Me ba cho David. Government plan fire.
And they all charge for Dr. Kwabena Nkrumah. Only a champion.
No.
They don't do that.
No.
They don't do that.
Say any portfolio. So president you took you a creative representation, then a creative journalist. So that okono ye bibia.
That creative aspect will come out.
Yes.
Oh my God, them had they we creative science of way, but we need to say color way. What is shaha? It is creative. We scientists. It's a an keyboard, black and white, and then most way do and away far now they come boom airboat train about amobiatias here. It's beyond creativity. We create nothing out of the vacuum.
Yes, you are selling a cheap kakra.
You see, yeah, you did. You see, no. You see, what is the purpose of me getting into government? When I get into government now, the interests of the other people, the majority, the minority now, me free ban. Say Kwame does a rem. Onim say we know the rem. After rem no share finance na beboa. So the aspect of finance, what you say. But so we rem na how to lobby to support you to get what you want, but we don't get it. Even when we are trying to get Yayan Crawford, they are not opening the door.
Okay.
By penny for Berlin also come and tell you I love creative arts, I listen to music, I do this, I do that. But they rather leave this country and go and watch plays and other concerts outside and they leave the ones here.
Lumba ne koyenchi. Ghana music omobobo omabaso
I am when you be that. Beginning from the beginning when you be that.
Okay.
When you be that.
My new minister Mesa. More engaging in it.
Oh, Makosano. Guy pa, best a guy.
Menya kesa friend. Na koti ha. Na ye me
on the industry.
Oh yes, ni o man you Fridays kra. Can we fan say every last month of the Friday. You creative space. Ni emfa. Unim say oka obi a ranking member or creative arts so our parliamentar. We don't know.
Okay. All right. Kwame that's it.
Yes, you does.
Miss Bell so ya dia na.
Oh yeah, there.
Go for the number no so mo try. You no mo so mo try.
Oh well. Hey, Tali, I saw Coco. Are you sure with those days? No, when you are the fifth remember studio you so very called John Dino.
I'm a pilot so create. Oh, and I'm catching come back and for the guy who
Hey, Kaiwa.
We will free.
About your bro.
But one of them say, show me for Jimmy. Then him say, Quran to question.
As I say,
all right, yeah, Roman is saying, that's it.
Omanhene, Kwabena, Asante. What can I say? What carry I want? Omanhene, Kwabena, Asante. Omanhene, Kwabena, Asante. Omanhene, Kwabena, Asante. What can I say? What carry I want?
A community do not know nine, but make us a higher Asempa 94.7. You could see Sergio Medin, you go so edin komaba. Kese builds for Gusu, Kai would say, and you have to own a legitimate land and only a case build for a build the amount. Or the answer 50% banafi of the total cost of the building, not 50% nakano. What you know a brand. We are spreading it for over 5 years at the amount for a case build for on 0543 297333 0543 297333. Now what you want at the a in Kita. Mamen Cow also be able to say and Jamaica Kaswa I would to say Namakudin Komo Honum about a stabbing incident BS or in matters in relation to a transfer of votes and Komo. My life insurance company Akabo Omni MTN 4 catchers and over dial star 165 hash. Now if you are registered, now if you are enjoy up to 16,600 cover for any Dofubia or Bushim. Also update this and share wire with my life for one day. Oko back and also dial star 165 hash na abwao. And I say offer one customer service line now 024243 9999. Now what you mean when editing it out. The entire catch say enye my way there. And I can say no waves. My life already about very simple. Just to get an insurance cover. Every beer that ubinim chinasem. One bit my ball kwansum kusukra edition and super ye efa emame. Now if you must akai ubi to say ye dear duani bia ye di de num bia ye careful because the echo depend no very very important. Cocoa diary ehun asem na me be ka chewi one day ma ka cho say nei nyoma free room bebre eti so de won kobo cocoa diary busia na say 100% plant based milk na do ho akoboyi ye be ka man so quickly me buy be try and come so Kofi Eje or report to my Kofi na ho ye de
Bako meton kana ache.
Oh, nyamia do me say ja wo the report bape. Wo the report ba na me amhihimi o. Bia say wi. Wo di bi ba me bon pa say wo di nchiremu be brem na afi makoma to me kakra. Kofi na kazo ade na akosi obi mi.
Oh, kazo ade tanga edin troto ya amucho de. Maybe I got the first 21 days in there. I also come. I'm on the extra 2 days crack out. I'm a movie and I see game come. I'm a man for class that is over Gaza, so because it was say now I feel Casua didn't tell me Biana. Just say Obia, the Bia, also come, name. Yeah, I come by any answer. It is just a more action. And a liar, a more son, and no Antoka, and I go by. But the Baba Yan said. Uba Kazwana, Omunia, Esala, MPP for Esamala, and in Kunyano, Omode, Ayano, Omunia Sala, Honum. It's any Omupa again, and the Museum Omupa. Now I got that here, and Alabi, above 90, Ubers Omasala. And the line on Bassano, no, they are against or China, the number. And Jabba and Ecoso, I as a first come first, and what be the Kayan Terminal. Now on call for Edikai Alabatra. The domain say, both parties, no members, Equatrassi. And I do know, everywhere in Kunyana, the other tier. Now, our members never. Now, I feel on my way. Omabatrassi. And to Omabatrassi, now, to say, our members never transfer and one. It's just made in an air courses. Now, I know, and according to police watchers, Amuna intelligence, the debate in Sa Adana BBC, and you know, Ma Obia and that Honum. He has parties to go for that. I can, I sound like at the moment go for, and the police watchers, Amuna intelligence, and I'm catching party, then going in our book, MPP, and this is it. Obia and that Honum. There be a Omoda Mobia and a hop. My police for now, Kata, and a question Kunya. Plastic chairs are almost parking now, the police will now go for plastic chairs now. And I'm a park here. If you know, Anna, at Anahomati, bear 430. Bear for the both parties now go for. I say, Omoba Abesala is a 4 the only say Adiachi and the number of the sunlight. It is according to information every report for any deposit for so that there be a Omocon. No and the line is
And I will say, me first, and I say, me, and I say, a class. And I will say, me go for and a bank, yes, and go for and a class. That and I mean, you as a matter, and what's no idea. Nami the American year, the amount for any police sponsors, Akaka, and American woman, reporting. I know what I say, Giddy, our registration center. I
know you're brave, no, I am matching.
How much no, no,
okay, you.
And at that time, it's easy. It's a cobasano. Now I had the MP when you go for no, NDC Fonso, and go for one more. Sabasano, Ekoswo. It's the only much I say, honorable without commission about Ato. Now, on that time, I get it because no, I'm almost friend. Omana, Mentimwas being so actually on with Omana as in Gemra. Kasa Yamuna Sunday. I'm not here, Casua, and names and job will require a piece work. I'm a piece of honorable without committing a bed. And after a way, so it's me, baby, and this I'm going to organizer. Advertisements on the baby and on the interest police for Afano. Also, I can open up Omobata walking. I'm only
Daniel Techimensa.
Daniel Techimensa on
Central
Region organizer. Now, if you know, when you buy, I told you buy no much say, or buy no far on it, Techimensa and Daniel Techimensa. I could say, Omanhene as in the letters of Winner and Penny for because I don't know on Daniel as a way to pay. Both parties don't do after no good supposed to be a savior or organize another batch. And I'm sending my name as a Bino. Of what party executive normal organization at the end of testaments and also I organize my NDC ammonia point or no coin. And I just say, okay, Fred. Danino, I don't know, Danny, what happened, Danny, I don't go down and just say, Omanhene as in the American say, registration now, Omanhene come, I'm a maintenance yama, and yet transfer a number and to Friday. It's almost as a who how good Omobon Commonano and a boy to Saturday, almost as I air your money. And I'm just a Danny, according to the eyewitness for the police work and I'm a maker because not anymore. And some come from Big Land Channel. And I'm a bunk of Kama. And come a bonus. And I want to say, a branch here back. I started to say, would it be a tunnel? Would it be a tunnel and name at them? And you already didn't attempt. And now, all I say, so the mom, Panama, and my. Enterprise, and I want one man America as in the dinner with the boys name on top of
Kofi Meba, say Oba Asempa a year extra page and say, Dominic, it's in Nippon who transfer will be attended to be at your tears. I don't know. I don't know. It's transfer of votes in one and NDC 40 and MBB 40. Kofi 10 now, Okano. I've heard on Modia Bami ready 10 a horse at NDC 40 and MBB 40 as that.
I can't tell you
about transfer of votes.
Transfer of votes, no.
Wow. It's almost transfer free in the Abai. And I don't vote transfer.
I would just go to the young way to the and the MP bomb canopy and NDC bomb canopy. But Obaka saw the India, I might attend to the back, 10 logo lie. I know we not but to be the members. The Boa, some of the first, the kind of maybe 100, maybe NDC for maybe 301 so called NDC for to be the members because they are here. Omoba, be a line of Masano. Or Masala, the woman go for Genova, Ulu, go for Sana, Ekoso, our hand say. And Lumunu, I know what I say. A branch of started already Atuna terminal, and what is a more Panama said the Amaka will. And the honor compartment was on a Atuna church. Or the Mammy, Abamudia, and you had never done it depending. It was an Mammy, and you may be no mood you are. It's a honor, unacquainted, Casacasacra. Only than in age 19, according to the Omokana maker, is that the Namino. I can't tell about Queen, and then look at a police partner or police station, that's what this year. I have asthma. Or no, almost just what the second, not a kind of action. The kind of fact, well, opportunity, if you got back, was a kind of can and ramen in the interview. Made it here in general, or two or this kind of air barrel here. Anywhere when you bear 5. If you use a brand this kind of what to ordinance a call, and if you can be catch and Sana, take an land a branch in the Boswa, and on that to 7 in the mood to power, and it's a kind of war in the local art is there. And never the agrocra. Asmano
seems to say, Ufri never chasing a good echo.
What honestly, and this among you going to go for what I think I can say, Oba, party no meaning now, no be uncle for down.
The Asmana, wouldn't you find by Achin or Shay Lunana?
My name is Yellow, a Brantena, or look of a coaching, a watching a tune.
And the trust, think I'll try and send now for your bear, ya bandaging in Sano. It's only the a block here. It was a block here, no. Last week, not about from Anna, I call what Blanton, no, Fosua, Nebusua, Omurasino, and Neba, hospital near Casua, but not a nurse. It's not on Bramble as number as Bepana. The look at the Neba 37, but she had said, I have the condition stable. It's China, a question, and almost said, a brand general, this kind of war at all. Oyifrim and Oyifrim and the Gamon going to go for the church. I'm going to say, about the organization as well. Or the bomb community secondary school. I am a that John Dramani Mama. Esibaku, I want to say. Nana school, a community based in the Equalano hostel. And I'm not going to be hosted. I know what you say. I'm everybody like that. I'm going to question on them. To question on them. I know what to know. I know what to know. According to our police for a police program, and said, I want most of my police was a police from a job and ya will be sick. I know my question is now here. Now, the listening yet. But I say, I want police for police farmer. And the Congress Secretary in Pennsylvania, that I know more. I know protect your branch and I know what the police does. I will do on there. Now, I want it here. 44 boys together here. Obedi ebu be for chidi abu bitrim o mo saki kana kakra
nitiro apa kakra ebe daga nitiro wanya e preko be tre me uhe video na me saka na nitiro apa uhe point be tre na apa no su emuje enyu no amode ma police for and ebe se ko ka so police ne kan na oda police ne ka han ko fra egu ni sha e ho no a omo hwe se omo nje no chi ase na police for ba patrol team be na ba regional commander crab nje omo pra wa chi no ana police boy say omo hwe suspect na aka wo no no omo nche chi omo nche say na so ma NDC organizer no omo ncha e kan no nje no chi be do be nine ekonum after be 12 more no ya wana you say NDC amonyo ko no parliamentary candidate Felix na ko yo any NDC amonyo ko no omo deputy secretary eba honom John Bayano na uke said the attention na wasoro na about an locally any time you go for na free registration center say na any time you go for no church said the moment promo ni pan want to change this media almost be ni bia tiaka and German is going na free o e je fiti anopa no be no so akopum be dumienu de na ya dia NDC ni amonyo ko na NDC amonyo ko no branch ni amu supporters ngwan negu amu buafu a omo yese ebia ankopose Felix na koyo eba honom enji oba no ana omo bon komo anji before be ba no so omo barricade e honom and now regional commander DCOP Joseph Owusubempa or na central regional police commander and the 2 IC and Jehune chief of staff omina so e wa hadu say ya omo yese e won na koyo ba anji enkomo je hu ya ne say yesi etuo omahu tuo bi eti ekopie mo na champa pump action gun omo chese na was Honda Civic bia almost legislature Sakano, I finish now for your car. And then also, I'm a big boys. I know go on police going on for the agro. Namu go. Now, thank you. Now, no supply is answer. Almost a Mekano, I'm a winning tuning do. And I want to call it. Ombe a tune at the African Tequila. Then more than 10-15 minutes. For when a police go to maintain a camera. I'm to me a tune at the free car anymore. I don't know police. I got
okay, so Honda no much on West Yazano. Now call your dear.
Now call your car.
Oh, okay. I see.
I know, who's now call your car now, who's Zano. Now, Obin Nimba be any tune, send the tune. I walk out him down. Send it when you, I know the police going remono. And I bet you I will have him say.
I see. A Bakofi. Nina mono, 1 or 2 sana more the old chow be sick. The 2 guni shemu, the okobro be was suku, Quadan Honum Yan, San Kofukuina, and oppose for Sabreka say, almost to 1
I may look at it. I had a point for at one and a more more as we gave it to me about the look. I say, was a bedu center here. Before we were the police robber, barricade, cashier power, hadn't here. A better show coming here. And the only pounds were a better show who now and son what you hear with them. Maybe look at the one here. Yes, I think I said about me, registration center on the one. And son, I remember, I never go into who can and she made the 200 meters away from registration center. The whole registration center, ultra school, now book of the genius office on after genius in the pet. Now, best straighter, now over the almost a registration. I'm no say registration, and so I also our say minimum. And the music for Shia. I want to read that police command name and put in Shia. Almost I'm with an amount of do a barricade or mobile, I never barricade to any independent. I can video say and cannot me and police fuck up barricade be brave. I bet 91 because I want to go to the plan of so. And I'll have a beer. Both MB Benin is for the company now, Transawiano. About barricade, I want more. MC one who say, Minutia, and never to come out the way for the side on there, which is a security now on the down. And him said, am I everything not to go about?
Asempa 94.7.
Yo, Mpacho Medase.
And there's some parts of the
Yo, Michia, wait a funina. Yamina Doma Bambo Hunsa Mezibia Boko. Yanema Menom, Yanni sisters, Yanni brothers. I want to work, but there were a transfer. A higher Boko. Mijis there. Onto why years Yamina Dumne Bibia so what tezi na bambo for ha worry shede sabi obonu yapu biara orun so na ontete kaswa ehutu senya isinya na asomdwe anape yanyi hene nkrofa akasa pitinde da those no wensi ye na se ye we free day ya Ghana fan sana ye dom party a yanhwe ne ye ya obeha ohen nti ba me se bambo for ha wo hwe me bibia tezi and the number of days now work and mejizi there nyamina dum yezibo wie asomdwe baba nti obi bia why na adwen do baba ba ha adwen wa ha no njire ye because we are not going to spare that person.
Hello sir, as a situation very tight by barricade bia
over there why and them osande most in the nti onye da etwem bibi osibie mansana nti was the barriers are one more biaram bemkeke sabireba ebe ya transfer marry ebia then you go peacefully intimidation that their preference here no it's okay there is no intimidation obia ya bokowa or ye nejma so mijizi there it's in order the obeya azot to them
MC Anita Love obo mi say na twetwe nkomo no that of operations woman between Shraj Ebahan say or share but bambo mo den pampa okay to say or the police phone bia be kan ho a omo mfiri mpatam ho a or ka say or the free national bampa police for wana matraka so ha pa ba du de bi ho anya de me mo wa we bia dan se omo de fufro abeka ho a omo mi abambo mu e wa nzo ma ne de bambo ne mo de papa.
I see Kofi. But activities there and affected will be a kokama. Transfer the kokama. And both parties normal representatives were around and both parties normal representatives were around.
Me no ka say there idea to say MPP phone go MBC phone go so I had me say ya omo fe and that when this amon go to ya so for shemu so omo so the to just say na omo de to omo ya no enya no kwento omo say police for any investigation here no mu adekura kofa Asante kwa ni na etini ba ya omo so e de omo center for shemu so e de say so enti for now there the kika kon there we be blame we no be blame we enti say police for ana ya say ombe investigation mu wi a staff ye hu de ko ba ya nkasa and then this boss say anya no correct and then the people so say sa pepe NC e wa do man.
Okay, but what me establish it na etuonian dia na and as to whether it was a registered Ghana now.
Etuoni dia metimi aka say o me say si o manim na mu kra say boys go be say but we don't know be dey say na etuono sa na mu eka but minim say idea but police fani be say ma me ya we say etuono bona say bi we shewuram enom ko ibe say kan but and as we say na no no omo bi so omo ye hwemu ana won be say sa aka na me kan ra Honda Civic ndo bi nim say because e busu chese because no after incident no mbo barrier say the omo ba make ya oba be say chi na enti obi nim say na tuoni se kai ni mo de ba ana say the amount for ka say mbo yi tuoni nwem no and no investigation na make na te be omo wi no omo etuoni de make na ka say ka omo hu omo no omo chese kan NDC candidate no e de na nam so ama police for far na call your efa at least I want to na call your and as a branch na okay won chi ni ba me sam up is for you statement.
All right, Kofi. Ma menas na okoi uni mo bi e friend Michael Adi. Kofi.
Petonga.
Uni mo bi e friend Michael Adi.
Michael Adi and the amount you going to join secretary.
Chiane no wa homa no so na fe fo homa no to from Chiano.
Secretary me jawo.
Yo Kofi na wa ton ka de na me do be sia na afem ne secretary ato adwumadi no so e da ase so so team the report no etimi abre. Michael, good afternoon. Pom ti say
good afternoon.
Bibia iboko de
na me adum ne mo fiber
e de porte na asia enam so ama eye munipa epra na ya bro NDC ni ba ko. So what is happening there na asi
me ya be ma me dance ma me fa akonya we sina ntia wutie for me say you see enra anopa no an unfortunate incident yenina yebuso enjuso I say ya registration exercise for 21 days akọ peaceful and largely so I am successful maybe na me say character na maybe 21 days exercise na it may juma ama year to year but unfortunately no according to maintain what she be and see in the earlier hours of Sunday misunderstanding crazy effort the sitting arrangement and I said the queuing procedure na electoral commission it will be some and I see misunderstanding and NC between yet yes supporters of Marcos Salah say almost chama 8 o'clock it drew na isi Ashad Medina here Ekudu Center on mo say akonya anipa ba ko to so dia woni tia me amedi tia ba no e say obiti akonya no so o hwehwe mo so a nipa na tia akonya no so no ye ho no enim be bia wafa o bisa so I say oba for a good 25 to 30 minutes no yes akanipa na enye yi enentino transfer na ye no say yampanyifo na omo ye transfer no nti se nipa na gina ho eche sa na ya affect the na na say health nti omo ye no say jamaba na who say nkunya de demo ankofo ntremo but ye ka kire me say nkofo na sorry now for a good 25 minutes and over the family Maya. na except for say me am jira ho no metena ho na che me fa ne ba na che e no kura na masoya man but I know na ye nuane mo so anti asiye se omujitum sa enyeyi international center na nkasa kura dey fi ho se anka ye kofi akofye one or two things ataba na call me ba ye se the Ekosiise ntimpenifo mumbra na mumbe hwenka nti ye nua be ma tokum su bedru ho no na uhu NDC organizer any youth organizer nti in the wisdom of ye nua be ma no ofre NDC for consent organizer so brana ye Georgia se ne be ya e di ye betu yi dem say omo kasanana branch officer of the NDC ye nua be ma asma ono so eba ya discussion omo ye no em say wan chere anti papa ena di basamata eba ya odisi kan ewo ye nua be ma nti obi samia na bi ekusi no anopa no
na basabasa ne mentimi ho ase be na beba nti a obi be kwa akotwe sekan ede akowo obi na obi so ato ahye obi so sukuu mu abro no femfram basabasa be na basabasa is about what
pacho basabasa na ne se ment na ha mejira ha me nipa enam kwanso ba abra nipa obedu center no esefota se obenya akonya traso no emia no mo se omugie no tumu a enyeji yemia be mana nkofo na ma mo ka se ena yabu no ene die mu yambu no de ekoba ene se odisika no wo yemia be ma toku su wiye no ena odwane ye eti odwane ye no
Do you know that for a fact? Do you know that for a fact? Do you know that for a fact? It's a unknown kind of. Do you know that for a fact? It's a you are now boni dino ono this kind of war a year at all.
But it is an established fact. Obi anywa obeja nifi sa asemno.
Anyone establish here?
Yenya bema asma. Ena odisi kind of war atua. Ojani the way room a party for the tiko cheno.
I see. Jina Homano so quick just for a minute. Mama na unia wo NDC so menene ntwetwe nkomo kakra. Delali say workpo, is that correct in Pacho? Hello Delali.
Yeah, that is correct.
Delali say workpo, correct?
Delali say workpo.
NDC communications officer also about minya mamenda se wajebre se oni ebedi nkomo. Mejilisi wati unia Michael ade wate denka but mamimbusa also o sena enyomasi koye yakowo obi sikan na yakobro bi. What is the situation? What really happened?
And that's it. My first account was here with you for a new year omuti Asempa FM. First of all, to say the Minya Michael ade ka say the issue about the confrontation and about sitting arrangement, may partial respect to that is not true. You see, you started limited registration now. You be a voter transfer now. One of the issues are all the time they create a bit of clash between the NDC and as a confrontation between the NDC. They say, do baby no MPP for omo basin kola no mo de ma betena. Your friend is here. Omo de oma by registration center honum. No matna akunya so. E di ama nkofo a adetia on baba be limited your friend saying. On baba register. Your call transfer no so no. Omo de nkofo, omo ba se nkofo no ma baba betena honum. Ebi wa no mo di sika 100 Ghana, 50 Ghana because obi wo ha onya time en sorry ahomachi MBQ. Na omo di sika man so MBQ ema MPP nya wa na je so be transfer ni vote. NDC for any second do baby what we normally do they say yes we had the friends boba at the two friends akoyenim. It got to a point police for ankasa be who say a creative confusion between the NDC and INDP. Police led by the regional command, the divisional command, and even the district command organizing meeting between the NDC and the NDP. And Omoka say Pamno Chanu henceforth the two major political parties omo basin kola emo 100 Ghana na 50 Ghana omo be ekiu mo no anaso omo de boba ebe to akonyem se boba no eye nipa no nti pam no twa no from henceforth no yenye saa de ni bi 5 o'clock your friend say what do you call it, Sunday. NDC for the drew on the man. NPP for Atukumsin, and I want to state this on record. Sometimes the impression is being created that this is the first time Atukumsin, LED macho men to attack NDC for. 10th July 2020, I personally addressed that particular press conference at the NDC headquarters. And I can send the video to your producers. Atukumsin led a group of tag Nomoko attacking NDC for Amusu Kope during the limited registration during the 2020 elections. Your colleague complained, nothing has been done about it since that time. Obaino confronting NDC for and say, do want to call money police for your confrontation. Because I'll say agreement na sign say henceforth no NDC for month say what do you call it boba enko to akoyin NPP for so enko basin kola 100 Ghana and 50 Ghana and mom ko saline because any confusion ba also on one tiase and all the tax and a maximum you starting limited registration about pim trans every single day NPP for the maximum tax when so go bush and I'm confronting NDC for
macho men egu bush
every single day. If the Kappa police command will be truthful.
Meba train. Debia omugu bush umu.
Me who have been there several times.
Na why ye afound.
And we have protested several times to the police.
In official protestation, I say what the one on the say omushi bush.
Me PC have protested. Me chairman have protested.
And I post the phone to one more. Never trade because I so we ever says omo MPP phone pay the workano. Ona cause some match for Ashe Bush. Zana water. And what who several times. And what can into one more. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, 2 hours so.
If you are buying, I took him in buying. Or even police for crime, only police for crime a bit of confrontation say. Obombama enkofona police for na agree say ye mamon tena ho MBQ mobile ye mamon tena ho bi and the confrontation by na oba ye friend say electoral commission center ho a unya dru ho na no the two major political parties no ye will be obi atena ye will be NDC for tena ye will be MPP for tena and then done a verbal confrontation between NDC and MPP. No more starting, almost NDC phone call for 2. I will collapse, and I can give you the name Edward Agbenyafia or your NDC branch secretary, your Bono and collapse.
And your brebe no.
That very door now, almost buy now. I told the tax in the buying.
Almost bonus, why did
almost bonus because or no air cassette. They should go by what the police, what the NDC and the MPP and the police have agreed.
Just that, and how much is bono?
Yes, because of the tax or the macho men for the baron.
The fact is, all say, I dear in Ayaja Tumno, Mommy and go by that, and one of my shadows or bono.
Also, I did to say,
also say, now Munipano air shen air kaya to say, a dear party stood in Ajia Tumno, or Moncredom for Sansa sharing Yejuma, or can't answer me in an shall say a Bruno.
And I make us say, I two bedroom hold them. Also on TRC, NDC for some man for my bass, no more better hold them. Because the NDC was also protesting.
Okay.
It's on Ukuta macho guys, you know. Once the NDC was protesting, our Ukuta macho guys, and for that matter, macho guys, you know, or Mumbu NDC for no more. And I'm my example say, Edward was beaten to pop and Mokulase.
At what time, Nambusa? At what time? I imagine.
Salisu Muhammad or your branch youth organizer was that honestly your bono money could have said.
Ahimachikona.
Exactly. Enona Asma. Any NDC constituency organizer no more on them say. Omo confront and say we will not allow you some NDC for a promo. And then omo far a dia say be dadwa etsesion. And omo de bo Asma. Edi papa in team. To the extent, as my Johnny Korea Bush or Tata and one. Or Costa will be Democrat, or Budino every a bono. It took the police to rescue Asma.
And you ask me, or the second I will be no. And you know.
that is the NPP version of Mokasro, and I'm
but you are telling me the NDC version. But
exactly. So NPP from the alleged.
When we go by when they are alleged, we are just a community. So at us, the okay be say me say everybody ebu nipa no ahimachina na metie die no enti eno nche say o die na aka no ene 100%. Ba metie eno na me busa say yanye ni tia wakra enti ye wo obi sikan ana.
Oh, Matisi, I will be sick.
Wohu ana wate.
Oh, Matisi, I will be some who pictures. And I miss me who say asthma.
Yebeba tray. Me say what see I will obisika na wo hu.
Oh, Matisi, I will be sick.
When they what you say oh.
Me need to call this kind of one.
Okay, inti asthma no oye dia na no mo de dad edua dado abobom e bobo no.
And I make sure say come on bu NDC for me no omuko last year.
Omuko last year. Okay.
Mama Udin.
What catch?
2 names. Omuko last year. NDC for more no. And omubu NDC they cannot watch what they kill NDC members or more. They went to their rescue. Asma Bonny or Yen is all rescue NDC for Yabu or Makulase. Your constituency organizer call for or do a Moko hospital. That is what led to asthma. Ye butcher na ye din your mabu the team now. Or no one can say, oh, Johnny, for his dear life now. Almost bush him so. Almost I call bone now. Of course, you'll be them. I'll move boot Danny as a 2
Okay, so Dalali, in your case, what was he a proud call for me, you know? What would you mature because Moko can say, young Koba and Shishan, is that correct? And NPP for 2 go almost a borough pre promo. Asma Suhun San or Kokabino. I don't preja a new that do a bobo. I don't know the Bruno. Is that the case?
Yeah.
Okay, but one who dear or chase a kind a war a year atono.
Who do you chase a can?
When you are a sea bribe, I machinana.
Ahomachino.
I see.
Na, me pacho. I am in one say, Michael Adi. Or Casa this time I ain't seen.
Are they?
Yes, because per the police principle, the constituency organizer, the only reason according to police or what saying is he was present when the clash happened between the NDC and the NPP. So how come Michael Adi is working free?
Uncle Bibi, I don't think I see a chino.
Me say, police for principle or catcher, you call regional command. Or detain NDC constituency organizer and they say the reason why match NDC constituency organizer and they say no a leader of the NDC within the constitution no will have that clash and happen. And I'm asking a simple question, say the same principle I did see NDC constituency organizer and then you call 2 Greater Accra Regional South detaining until I did not apply the same principle when it comes to my garage.
Okay.
And Ghana here when your different set of rules governing NDC and NPP.
Men ko san komun mo kwa ebe adefofo mpacho. Gina ha you need different set. One kasa onim say you need different set of rules.
About that Omanhene.
What mpacho ba. E ma yemfa ayi o de me training community den. Me mpacho what ko hwe de asthma tibia me nkofo tu no. So mo tibia no bia ye okay as party person.
Asthma omo che no mo je tu ni nyina na no mo di tie ni no. Me no kasa ebia we asthma collapse police custody.
My busa se wakohwe omo TBM.
Oye
omo stable.
Asthma is not stable as far as this afternoon is concerned. It's stable into a collapse of police cells.
Oh, that cells one was a collapse.
Yes, was a collapse. And you're surprised. I'm a collapse of cells.
It's worrying. It's not just surprise. It's very worrying.
Yeah, because asthma. Onkofo me no asthma to omo. Say Baku urge proper treatment. Asthma is still in police custody. Go get to asthma, you detaining the police self. I'm in via Wako last.
Okay, Kawakuma to him. Adi. Na appointed for by nobody is able to say why who was seen who be or your suspect. In the actual near when this other entry.
Any first and foremost, a woman here said, you didn't know, ebedi yenim kane attempt say many other landly epese or twisted fat na on 40 or no any version no
can you ye
what really happened
can you
version or no narrative but I can understand him say exercise we cost we nyina no it has not been part and parcel of the process. It's
your man concocted factor is entitled to run to the press with it. Mimi Abema, it is a fact to say Atokumsin is a peaceful gentleman. Only tax, only macho men they are investigated by more good self. Ato any macho men on your monam. Ato any tax on your monam. Into that assertion this morning by the NDC, I said, I'm more case and I told a violent person. It's neither here nor there. The Ekosiisen idea and you. And I was expecting my good friend to condemn it rather than trying to offer a defense. Again, MPP need be anywhere Obu NDC near or collapse here. It, you know, he must stop peddling falsehood. It is equally not the fact to say and what do you and a ball asthma itrimu and yes I let here. It is the best say on paper you must learn to speak to the issues. What question NDC consortium organizer partner NDC youth organizer so hobbies and say and NDC youth organizer no you are picking that should tell him say police investigations and warranty nipa except say on but for him to be asking questions say I don't think I answer my Kaladina. I do not understand his drift. In any case, last time I youth organizer no your president has he been picked and has he asked himself why are you funny? So an attempt to roll me in, will not come as down. It's a many of them so beside young family because I did not engage in an act of violence.
Okay, so Michael NDC from you know among cabin shemwa, among catcher at to say at we. Yeah, she shared that. It means she shared so. Mamma Manuel Sikra Motuburo Moreno as a many of them no could be no crebe nim asema mimi abema kai busumutika after totoma na maka trase hu say the omo ye no entwe you it is sadia ya ro in nkofo no mo fa establish fact obi ni ho a asem ne say no MPP ni bu no mani collapse it is na meni ane ka no the fact of the issue still remains to say asem ne say no the police for you can speak to the police people present omo version the annual Mukanina and then because I'm saying and another or engaging me say let us try to resolve the issue and sana escalate it. Ask why did Daniel say Daniel didn't call hospital? It is also not true. As some by your own situation, Daniel eventually drove off. Youth organizer Rasta also move away. And your police force and I move back to the rescue of Asante. His facts are concocted. It took the party supporters who say Adia Branch Enya or Johnny Dewey so if he's not privy to the fact my name is running commentary that's you know yes the fact still remains to say man oba say no one the tackle bia one the do bia or the friend of constituency organizer say let us have a chit chat in ensuring say the better resolve it. Make us no say and yes in arrangement. Now yes in arrangement the problem ni by ya. O kasa no say about queuing and sitting in. Sitting arrangement me queuing and sitting what's the difference? In any case, I don't know how say someone will conform 100 cities or 50 cities there. And ISM. Everybody say na more I will say you are the one that is being victimized. Everybody say na call you. Any two bar registration center after saying I try the kind of situation. Who said now call you good at you? I'm saying it on authority because as I'm seeing it happened right in front of me. Who said now? A non car will be our consultation and say now call your official vehicle. Who said trade. No, Bosuno. Who said now call you equate you? If I told me who say now call your car now or the buyer me macho men not to a police for a cheat car now a yes set any to car ma almost set arrest. Was it established say any dia na a license gun or not?
Because police for report on the Babontin, Emma say, pump action or Mukita without any authorization. So I want to presume, say, once it is without authorization, next, say,
police for report banner or rely on to tell me this afternoon.
Police before I issue report and then you mean with regards to the issue. Report and say the two party NDC party for no more now call your car no, including now call your name no. Yachi Omama Omubua in investigation. As I said, Omu gun when the car more lances in.
Na what you mean asthma any kofo tu na wachita for bro no.
As far as I'm concerned, kofo tu I see your bro I am not privy to. Na mo asthma dey minimum say as I say this aboni na Jane no the party for edinichi apply minimum force and some more channel. Na ye che no kura wie ye no. The two suffer police say omombra na omomba effective arrest. It took us to bring him from the no to the point never handing over to the police.
Na hefa na ujira na hu se asthma edese kan ebe wo ato.
Me pacho na me wo the premises of the registration center.
Iti odi wo no hu ye.
Me pacho say
odi wo no hu ye.
Me pacho
say asthma.
Me pacho that fact cannot be denied. Omo gala so buni. That branch here now or this kind of war at all. Or a Langada, also here branch officer of the National Democratic Congress. And I want to say that is that. And you say any more. If you I don't want to say Bukrana say any asthma and all this kind of war, if anything. At all. As I say, you're doing a chico chain of crown. You're just kind of feeling same. And the kind of Emma police for. So it is an established fact. Obeying to me running away from that fact.
Now, who says son of the second echo war to say you seeking will be so preventing money transism.
But I a branch na obey at all. Or no, D came home in terms of a branch of Chikai. It's your 2 second lawyer and I just all block it. It is one of pictures. There's one gentleman, ya prominent, ya bandage, or no, and I'll say the at all. As I say one block here and the intensity of your friends, you cannot do one or no. Asempa.
But the lady when you about to your table, Sankoma Ebui. Sankoma Ebui say, asthma edisica ewo bino. There or who saw the banner or yes or preventing second chan in some as an ewo asthma. Has it come to your notice?
But America is I've read the MPP statements. I've listened to Michael Addy. Me hu nkophobia ya interview mo. And omo hold the position say asthma kuta second anakode wo ato and obi block here. And I me catch it say yes, all these things we have heard it about the MPP narration. But I state here and now say asthma mum na in these instances or ye victim say be omabuchano. The evidence of what has happened to asthma, the omudi asthma, the omo part pinity, but we have all witnessed it. We have seen the videos. In the or no Michael Addy, ever catch your friends Ato is a peace-loving person. I mean, anybody over describe Ato as a peace-loving person, then that person doesn't even appreciate the history of Kaswa politics. Sani Pano, Ebia 2020, no ni Kaswa. Maybe at 2020 at Amusu Company, when who the 2 NDC for, I can send your producer the video. The idea NDC for Amusu Company led by Atukumsen. I'm a witness to it. I the lady will not sit down here and say CBCB. A prayer to every idea melody and I say, but you see, I want to say Atukumsen is not more important than asthma. Atukumsen life cannot be precious than asthma. It won't mean because asthma na sebi.
So with what you are saying, you are supporting that battle train. What you are saying, who the answer is plan because
no, that's what I'm saying.
But
what I'm saying is since Enra, the focus has always been on Ato. By virtue of the fact that they are or your minister's son.
We don't want to have that. Maybe train. And look at the from back conversation. And we are fear. Nipa koya na say enya whether wine bowl that's not the issue. The issue is that yes obi a will be sikan eyampa na one was asikan no. Also the another angle about say
I'm not bringing
also the another angle crab say ye jankofo bi so ye promo e wo honom. Omo de en komasem. Say no crisis ankofo no so pra equally they should be given attention. Is it not the case?
Absolutely.
So it's not about say obi and also be we ahwe anamona ne na akoso no. Ehun sunsanso e wo kaso force na abato so. Any nipa say be omafom nhihye no. Ye kwayanim as kaso as Ghana no. What we can do about it. Is it not the case?
Absolutely.
Because clearly you are telling us that the ekukọ kosunya no what ana o na oni ho. Ba won call for the wo hu. Ba obi de wo no unhu ye. It is your father wa fa ne dia. Make us say, what do we do at this point? Because what do we do at this point moving forward? Said the beya the country any etu edo became more we can say na call your dear was asthma anyway be wo winning as if what do we do now? What do we do?
Is it what we'll do now? They say say Emrana ye di ejuma Ghana hanum. Say Emrana pepepe. And yes sir Emrano deal differently with different group of people. Said you start a politics work as well. Every election, work as well. When it comes to limited registration, normally election work as well. Every year of election, it do limited registration and as a registration out to sign your money. Can then what is the NDC? Work as well. Limited registration. Work of faba, work of fasi, or ye pray the pada. The only way you bet me so I'm not going to say so be your bonia or my Ghana if you're cheap and also. So be able to trust them for fat macho men about attacking NDC member not even MPP man. That person must be judged with the law. But you're katasu momua now say if you say, oh, we're a minister, if you are fire one shot, why admit Yanyashi? We pray Yako reported since 2020, Obia has not become a subject of prosecution. And then I am power and Kofu, 10 B and a 2 about Kaswa. Omufi said the only way of better be intimidate the NDC for they said is obey too much meant to intimidate us. So what the NDC is saying, Honorable Felix now call you. What continues to catch the NDC for more Kaswan is it? Yabana Yakwako to 2024. Yen himself President John Dramani Mahama. Any NDC, ejumapa ewo Kaswa. Wopoto Kasem yesi, the project of President Mahama in Kaswa, they are visible and they are verifiable. That project in the EPC di one dance na nko for to abama NDC wo Kaswa. Honorable Felix na koyo en country NDC ni bia se onkoye to trust ewo Kaswa. Honorable Felix na koyo obi aniwa when we saw Honorable Felix na koyo akọ baby ayeye registration wa akọ fire warning shot. You interview now. What I say, my fire warning shot. Obia ehun sadi ni bia. No nye sadi ni bia. Kaswa. But anytime I be call election bia no, MPP for feel say on betime intimidate NDC for. Metianum no. Say violence of any kind. Me de lali e ya dia meni nje ho. Violence of any kind e ya de. Mike ni me. Anyone I do my politics me kasa kwa mani tie obi. But you see, baby I do no. Esi ehu se Ghana mbra. Se mbra ni esi de koto aba. Eso obia edi mbra no so pepepe. Police for say omo the protectors of your citizen no. About the application of the law. And my own say when it has to do with somebody who is an NPP, the way they deal with that person is different from an NDC person. Because you continue your son and go for say Omani a woman no. There was different set of rules, not different set of people now. It's here the say police first start your investigation. The year can say Omuma Bidia enye pepepe. Why the thing say will be a fully short of the law. Let the police deal with that person. But in an instance, Tama Mike Kasa was he in prayer NDC. Mama names Mama Salif Muhammad or call Stanford Hospital or call Kaswa Police Station or call local complaint. Mama Edward Agbenyefia or no Mino Castle or call Unibac Trauma Center. One of the guys who could have said, according to the report. Mama, your friend say James Obin Atta, or no, and you saw your friend say, Chairman, your friend say, Rock City. Makacho, the idea, and also police say, what on the report. So these three people I'm mentioning, so Marco police station, I come report. Michael Addy cannot tell me say Yambu and this Libya will collapse here. Your reporters can go to Sanford Defense Hospital. No more could be said. NDC for a diameter amount or man Bahwa the doctor's medical report. Your reporters can go to the Kaswa police station.
But for the record, so say for the record, so say asthma the only dia that do our abo body tune.
Yeah,
and we need to check that. We will verify. Sure. So say Ediano Nadwa womb normally our bone passa. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. You better back on this conversation. Michael, wrap up and only as unim the power no your politics are odidi atem no can your man semfata.
Oh, many of them are can say one of those rhetorics are the beer on a mocha. Now you'll be a wokaza, one and to be a Argentina own kind of crew. Omanhene, the kind of crew, and I say, Obi, kind of crew. No, me no category be a victim of political assault by the NDC. In the just ended limited registration year 2023. It is what now so now say what is good for A should be good for B now. Now can we expect to say the incident we see here or say and this one say or no portrait for the catch me say then ya bema the matter say the youth organizer I am in the Maudi crown of this and say oh yes so the facts are there and you all know the opposite or the between bonting and ABT we clearly say the NDC as a political party there and we want to say East they conform with the macho any language one number any of them are to consider and I say any party member in NPP if you ever say or say or prepare ya ono so nsia sania obeka no kakra na aboaye I still maintain say when you be man obi anfa dadwa obi anfa dia dadwa bi awom anfa mboni tiri mimi anu ma obo bo mi di no mimi obi ya dey to me to obi a and say ya to obi na nipa no ekwa hospital how does that connotation so connected to political assault obi enu wa the bono at the time of incident, I mean, all try so hard to defend. What Asma did was wrong. Now, you know, I am condemned because I know I'm the enemy. And I got to her. And then I am body or more, I'm a neck. I'm to come see her. The all can say, as I say, on a German or Minister by and I answer. But that is not the case. Because the women say, I told never provoke the Danny. Ato attack Danny. It you know, ato krano na or aware to say about the day or year no. As I said, I'm not too sure to say I can. The right thing in say, Yema State Agency, Oma picky on this issue. No, Omufa Assembly and contribute because as a political party, we need to say is the day. The director, and I vindicate him and honorable Mrs. Milita. As I said, time with that number. What can I say? Attempt to say that I say, oh, yeah, me, you're violent, I'm here to trust me. I don't know. It has not washed. I think, you know, I said, see a crown. Me, I'm a Ghana, like I said, or no, now, or we are not on the parity. You could a woman say, a violent political party in the so, it is NDC because I'm telling you an authority say, oh, your land guard, chairman. It's a chairman if they want us to sanitize the political space in the Wutu, the way to go is to clear land guard on my form party, on my branch offices.
So, Michael,
I can give you now Koyo's car number. Now, say, and a car, Nana, police for a 2 woman. Only issues statement.
Okay, Michael,
sanitizing the political space there. The rest of say the way to go. And then they say, Umbema, any man with integrity.
Okay.
And
so,
I'm now. Politics.
The lali mami we bi the lali the Odyssey can war atono. Is that the case?
Yeah, is that the case?
Now, husband,
yeah.
But who see a book asthma?
What I'm saying is,
we simple. Me didn't come on this one.
Your friends, Michael, I have said a couple of
times.
You have asked me this question.
I want to be sure of that because me say me hold the NDC to the same account. I've done that to Michael. Me say, well, who say? Yeah, this can is that the case?
Me say, what I saw, me say, what I know for a fact, they say, Asma, Ayabuna, you butchered. It was a tag led by Atu Kumse.
Okay.
And I will be consider. And I'm responding to something.
Mama, now I say for a year when we don't come out, my team, maybe dear, my money, my bay. Majority said the appropriate authorities say 1 or 2 I'm on the. I think Mohammed, I become and so on. Say, Doc. I think
you so.
Oh, yeah.
Could be better by a chassis.
It could be.
Of course.
Then you agree to more room for improvement.
Absolutely. You are saying it in a different, like with different words.
It could be in here. I know what you have to do. There's a new person who calls your mad and the corner.
Nanga.
I watch it.
Come on, what's in your mass? Oh, cow. Oh, of course, there's always room for improvement. Especially times I won't read it could be better.
It could be better. It could be. No, it could be. Yeah. It could be better.
Oh, definitely. I mean, life there. So you cannot have it 100%. Okay. You know, there's always room for improvement.
Okay.
You know, they be added sorry to go and work. Send a to me. I
see. Lawyer, more room for improvement.
Send it. Dog was in Yango Boy, my dear Chua. I was a not just there was one, but you see, Yamin, my dear children, when you pass for me, I also see you. But we will be a Sabia Quadro, Ayabana, the key. Unyamia bless on the man and no Yanko toy, you know, to go from any person, any power else or could also offer. One will tell you, will be a good from. Into new power should be any agreement so yes. So what has a cover? In this a beautiful from the wine, never do man.
I think a big celebration of 200 million.
No, quite frankly, inflation. No, man, someone come as some
So Nanswe was so with Jiweni and one is with the 500 Ghana cities in Mohomo, but to EcoBank account move or EcoBank in Krabata and now Express Point BRA Bengo, who to me so the far EcoBank mobile. So now bet to me a deal with Chefa Watch, Bro, 1 million Ghana cities, EcoBank million gang promo nimu EMG. Anio, every May Bosumiko 31st July 2024, in Ipabe Bro 7,000 be feely soft life and kasa. Ye EcoBank customer na we am foul call kai say 500 cities bia wo de beto account mu no unya point wo EcoBank million gang nemu enne ya EMG enti fasika to account mu enne ya na di wo chefa wo sika ne achede bebro 1.2 million Ghana cities nemu kwampa wo be faswa jiweni wa brabom kwampapa ebibi man papa EcoBank the Pan African Bank akradie ena lady won sa hase na ekoso won Caritas platform no so.
In a world where only the best survives, you need a fuel that can match your drive. A fuel with unparalleled protection for your engine, superior efficiency, and unrivaled performance. A fuel so unbeatable, when you get behind the wheel, you'll focus on what really matters. The journey ahead. That fuel is Shell V-Power, because no other fuel gives your engine better protection, better efficiency, and better performance. Be unbeatable. Drive unbeatable. Shell V-Power. Shell. Go well.
Martin, my show with my home back. Papa told him, let me so be here scan. Now only scan here. Mama Mrs. Yen, I come to Musa.
My way so far so never know. Sikefia, Mitiano Busu Biano, a so far so no. Before my pet, you know, mobile memoir, and it's so be about my bathroom. Baby dinner, and faso.
I say, I bring me over my way insurance no. What do boots your name up Pabako ever sheso? Me trust of free Munquadia, ever call more. Now, one we hear my way insurance, no dear. Ever call more, a bra, oh, ya dear crown crow. Ya dear, an uncle, share a boo, we are who share any. impo wakoda yaresabia ebro na mienu se wadi 18 ekopin 59 owo apomudin a ubetumi abeka my way abusia no for phone na dial *165# ewo MTN so se sia sanye my way a ka say no way.
Senior won't you how Tibiano. We hear Syntax Tanko. Free say Syntax Tank to me jine a real sacra bia. Empire ne bono so ye kama say. When him say Syntax Tank ni D kan ye double layer tank Ghana. When him also say Syntax Tank Korea any D kan ye tank muda hokai. Emu fite. Na say si adie ubeti match size, color, type biara wo be Syntax Tank be yamao. Na nini ne chino ekita 7 years warranty you won't we na open dien frakra e was 0244 335 168 Kumasi 0505 555 666 Syntax Tank e muda hokai Syntax Tank e strong e tough.
Fellow Ghanaians, did you know that it's a company that builds your house for you once you have the land? Oh yes, Kesebels Limited builds your house for you once you have a legitimate land. You pay 50% the cost of your building project during the construction and pay the remaining 50% over a period of 5 years after construction. As a government employee, you can pay part of the cost of your building project through salary deductions. Terms and conditions apply. Locate us at Plant Vales Residence, Akoko Photo, Dansuman. Call 0543 297 333. Visit www.kesebelts.com. Kesebelts, build with convenience.
Think about it. You can either go out to watch one game at your local and pay for the bumpy, stuffy ride there. Then the food. Then the drinks with a 12,000% markup. And a new team jersey because some drunk spilled red wine all over you. Or you can pay once right on your phone and watch 42 live Premier League games over a whole month. For unbeatable value for money entertainment, there's only one way to go. Go TV. Love it.
From where I sit, from where I hurt, narrow. Soft drink palm me the quench in the test, narrow. You want the cola, orange, lemon, vino, narrow. I'm a feeling cool, refresh your body, narrow. Non-alcoholic flavor, cola, orange, lemon, vino, narrow. Narrow cola, orange, lemon, and bovino. New non-alcoholic flavored drinks from Narrow Beverages. For bulk purchase, contact 054-5300-811. This advert is FDA approved.
For 15 years, Quick Credit has been your trusted partner in micro-lending, empowering lives and making dreams a reality. Today, we're excited to announce a new age. Quick Credit is now Bills Microcredit. Still committed to serving Ghanaians and changing lives, Bills is here to show you that everything is possible. Join us as we embrace a brighter future. Bills, financing your needs.
Hey, you're the up and coming landlord. Who died yes where you?
Kwame, I don't mean you. I can roofing and a ceiling. Now my contract and so say. Me feni na and kwadan rocksters. One so chromo pan. What you want saying?
The contract and one nimnia ko. Ghana had here a ban of quality metal trusses, roofing sheets, plasterboard, and a POP ceiling there. Aye rocksters. And fear be brain in a rocksters. I the roofing sheet papa and one cadia. Assume Ghana for.
And can you say I no more dear in so a boy?
And near the foodiachi nan contract born in net Sundachi. Fre 0544 338041. Say a metal trusses, roofing sheet, plasterboard and a POP ceiling there. Fre rocksters now one chawun tum.
Malaria fever, typhoid fever, body and menstrual pain, cold and jaundice, loss of appetite,
Ghana for. Why ready ana? Game Park Limited. A lottery company for Ewa Ghana Kroma. Eddie Agrofo for Abeja. Na every 15th September 2023. Since waba dawa koma so every the number 1 Equity 36. Chani boom na share nim say ube disika bocho wabra ye number nepie. Bobo wo na ye ready say ube di mula wabra wucha from 1 Ghana cedi to 350 cedis. Na face kana ube channel. Faba home predio nusia. Betire 26 times. E was up pick one game imu. But star 946 hash. E was networks ni nyina so. And now betime download the Game Park app no. E was your website so. www.gameparkgames.com. Share live draws. E was Adum TV. Anopa nonkron. Area dumienu. Ene nyumre no nsia. Debia. Game Park. More mula. More power. Sagrodi. National Lottery Authority. In Sashasye. Undi mfie du mwochea. Endi sagro ibi. Bono washe yim. Say Krobo Ayeshi. Nanswe we say we jiweni and one is say with the 500 Ghana cedis in Mohomo. Betu EcoBank account mu wo EcoBank in Kwabena and na Express Point BRA Bengo. Utumi so the fa EcoBank mobile so. Na ube to me di wo chefa wa chedia be bro. 1 million Ghana cedis e wo EcoBank million gang promo ni mu EMG. Anio. Every May bosu mi kosi 31st July 2024. Enipa be bro 7,000 be feely soft life ankasa. Ye EcoBank customer na we yan fa wo ko kaise 500 cedis bia wo de beto account mu no wonya point wo EcoBank million gang no mu eneya EMG enti fasika to account mu eneya na di wo chefa wo sika ne achede be bro 1.2 million Ghana cedis ni mu kwampa wo be fa so agiweni wa brabom kwampapa ebibi man papa EcoBank the Pan-African Bank
akrade ena lady won sa hase na ekoso won Caritas platform no so.
Lankai, who has striven to build an empire in the world of men, loses everything. Everyone thinks she's gone for good. But Lankai is back, and she's filled with vengeance. Don't miss out on the epic return of Madame Season 2, showing Mondays to Fridays at 8 p.m. on Aquaba Magic, DSTV Channel 150 and GoTV Channel 102. Aquaba Magic, Ghana's most loved.
From where I sit, from where I hurt, narrow. Soft drink palm me the quench in the test, narrow. You want the cola, orange, lemon, vino, narrow. I'm a feeling cool, refresh your body, narrow. Non-alcoholic flavor, cola, orange, lemon, vino, narrow. Narrow cola, orange, lemon, and bovino. New non-alcoholic flavored drinks from Narrow Beverages. For bulk purchase, contact 054-5300-811. This advert is FDA approved.
For 15 years, Quick Credit has been your trusted partner in micro-lending, empowering lives, and making dreams a reality. Today, we're excited to announce a new age. Quick Credit is now Bills Microcredit. Still committed to serving Ghanaians and changing lives, Bills is here to show you that everything is possible. Join us as we embrace a brighter future. Bills, financing your needs.
What? My show with my home back. Papa told him, never so being here scan. Now only as coming here, Mama Mrs. Yen, I come to Musa.
My way so far so never know. And one was say mono, which me the Bushenia only 74 years. Ever come said about Asem to said Asem to me, we need to account with them. Sikefia, Michano Busumi Biano, a so far so no. Before my pet, you know, mobile memoir, and it's so be a bomb about you. Maybe dinner, a year and for so.
Monsieur Wakai say, or Rob Watson. So I'm funny, Papa, I share my way insurance no more. And come for to do when I said, I bring you obey my way insurance no. What do boost your name up tobacco ever so? Everything I will hear Ukunu, Umame, O Papa, Unia, and now Oba, Nipabia or dinner back on or send you pan one yashi. For phone, net dial is star 165 hash. Oh, MTN so says, see ya. Send you my way, cause no way.
Bro, Redland Properties and Investment Limited Estate in Sasono. I will send you copy between Monimu ya. And a yentem when a wound. Once you dear, 1 25% discount. Hey, Redland
Regnant Properties and Investment Limited is as papa no. Ane, they were Horizon Gardens, Gomwa Potson, Accra Winneba Highway, 5 minutes drive from the main road. Groove Court, Gomwa Kramai, Bay Villa, Ewutu Breku, Accra Winneba Road, Ebisu Ododowa, Amasaman, and Adamfu. Na hoto plan bi omodia ba ne say, enipa edu yo mbetimi akabo ma baton sa asene bie no. Bosume bia obi atua 500 Ghana cedis pe wonya wo de. Wow, ebo no so ofam kama. Aye, Regnant Properties and Investment Limited. Utua 30%. Etu ase a utumi hye wo dan sie na se. Utua wi a free site plan and indenture. Wednesdays and Saturdays bia 5 a.m. Omomanfo emom kohwe site ho. En shake akra bi na da ho. Regnant Properties office no ewa hiva. Kasua Akweli, Wotrenu market no a. Eya frɛ won 0549 54 45 10 and 0540 46 12 76. Regnant Properties, your property, our priority.
Omanhene, Asante. Omanhene, Asante. Omanhene, Asante. What can I say? What carry I want? Omanhene, Asante. Omanhene, Asante. Omanhene, Asante. What can I say? What carry I want?
Well, I think that's what I'm saying. And yet, market to our so baby, so I'm saying.
So not to was 14.
Okay, so 6 minutes after 5. 94.7 Franco Enterprise and Kyle said, and they open Nokia, Samsung, iPhone, smart TVs ranging from 32 to 100 inches. Franco air conditioners ranging from 1.5 horsepower, a couple of 2.5. Brahona bepe to washing machine, CCTV cameras in Nano, Ubenya Biato, Franco trading. From one number is 0246 422 338 and 055 5939 311. Now, what Timini one Edding Town still phone Papa V and Franco trading. Regnant Properties in Sweden share Guacum and Investment Limited say, O pass us out to a mouse be no Yama 25% discount. Precope now Omanu Dija Nessa. Oba a year Horizon Gardens go more potting off a year Accra Winneba Quantum Ponaso, who on Mr. Groove Court as well, go more Kraman. And also a year Accra Winneba Quantum Ponaso, just 5 minutes drive now for the main road. So Bay Villa so Ewutu Breku, and also Accra Winneba Quantum Ponaso, Anafi, one was also Dodua, Amasaman, and Ashalaja, and also very much available. The hotel plan I am Gilly say, Imudu Dona, Yan to say a year papa, a ye pa, inti. A hotel plan the same way nipa be edu mukaboma, and Amuburi do mukaboma, Busumi Biano. Mutia a year 150 a year 500 Ghana cedi 500 Ghana cedi sharing so 500 Ghana cedi na afi what you kakra when we bounce what you assassin the can we in sorry near kuku out to for near by Jumai for we very good news for you and what is all car be all good condition as well. Regnant Properties and Investment Limited semen cow say what the bape on be the hujuma ede amount the NTS or 2 say utia ayo hamunchimu aye eduasa 30% or the top no I shall see you die nafi sa bia ho bia omudo beko bia so ya chichim kama one is a free side plan and indenture what you usikan ewino ana ukuada enemy men de bia no so no one do one chere one side to 8 a.m. opeso ka ho air free one echo ediaba. Regnant Properties ewo Kaswa Akweli otra on new market na pepepe na odroa enisa free one was 0549 0549 5445 10 and 0540 461276 and 0537 711617. Mami acknowledge ure ya say the obo am say me twi no emube ebe page me one of the twi book ne breme o se kasa ne amamre safo Asante twi Ghanaian language and culture inti abrantia ochoro o de breme Dwamna Menu Richmond. There was a teacher named my papa or Dwamna Menu Richmond had a secondary education at WBM Zion Secondary School. Yes, our school is also Tafo Eastern Region Assembly. He later obtained teacher certificate A 3-year post-secondary education at Kibi Presbyterian Training College. On one natural casa any amamre safwa. Or the bread making come out a casa biblia kawa. Because you mean him the
there was also an old one.
He's currently teaching at the University of Ghana Basic School, Legon. He's done well. We'll be a person maintaining. When it Nengomano Akankasa and Jabba Team in Nakasa 0248 112162 and 0266 410969. On me dikita or the book Ribia Bremi. Kasane Amamresa for Asante tree and the Richmond Dramana menu. Medasi, I have it now. The working class, Uti or say the own currency, a Casane di Brofono. Abe was to form. Let you Kwaba. And the unfairness. And then there's a number of and one day, I mean, I want to know what Casana and Robert was and the other one is Dr. Frank Bano is a development economist and head of research, Dankwa Institute, and Atik Mohammed is what executive director, Mass Action for Sustainable Development in Africa, Mazda. Makaya car Mazda no.
Anyways with Z.
Murumo don't action so you know South Africa no.
Malema, yeah. No, this is not a political group.
It's a pressure group. It's a pressure group, is that correct?
Only masses are because of the word mass, no.
It's a pressure group.
It's a CSO. What is pressure group?
Pressure.
No, what is a pressure group?
It's a CSO.
Maybe sir, what is a pressure?
C doesn't mean pressure. What is a pressure group? Now, who's saying the question? I'm here. No problem.
Because before you proceed to say be a pressure group, it is because of a certain understanding. Mr. Wadaruma.
Who do we see? A pressure group.
Well, civil society organization.
No, how to say? No, it's yes. What a giant. Don't try man only man monant.
No. What? Same common.
Educate. Yeah,
we work on a number of themes. One is sustainable development, good economic governance, good governance, and then we also look at issues of youth and women empowerment. These are the major themes we work on. Okay. But we work more on sustainable development and economic governance, But of course, there are, like I said, the other two themes we work on. But much of our work is focused on
advocacy, sir.
Man, some CSO for what you say. Of course, CSOs mainly focus on research and advocacy. So, advocacy can home, and then we also do research.
Advocacy can home.
No, CSOs. Yeah, okay, maybe you can civil society.
Como se acaba za onko
on set metiminu ya Kwabena asem no bisa na civil society na say do we register what so me
what you dey nyina no
and some mobile bonta so bia on specific area
into a trust specific sustainable development advocacy account one.
But how can you be a civil society organization research sabi Mr. Emeka we are there.
That's a research you want, I'm out for research. You are.
Oh, dear.
The shells as a community
are not CSOs. Civil society has it training saying.
No, you see, Mazda.
You see, a greater part of what CSOs do is civil advocacy.
Okay.
And your advocacy must be founded on some research.
Okay.
What is you can just if I want to talk about sustainable development, let me even Nansanya Yeka lithium once. I want to talk about critical or green minerals.
So Nancy lithium was on Mukaya. Then I'm cover lithium. When I'm lithium.
Come now. I'll send you some of the briefs are here.
Briefs, no. That Ghana, you discover another.
Okay. Okay. You see, when we had government had gone into some agreement or had given a lease to a certain company. No, and say, look, don't treat green or critical minerals like we treated gold and diamonds, because the tragic story is not what we want to repeat. And if the green transition, if it takes full effect, oil na yinyano and oil na yewono any ehun faso yinyano, we might not be getting the same amount of revenue from oil proceeds beam and from your oil beam. So let's treat the future, which is critical or green minerals. Let's treat it like the way we treated oil when we first discovered oil. And say to make sure say umfaso benye free honum no dachi makra benya umfaso. So our argument was that, look, the agreement in the form as it was then, no, there were a lot of issues that needed to be dealt with. Where tree program, I mean, country, I say, and say, for example, government has some, free carried interest in every mineral operations, and the law also allows you to get some more interest and so on and so forth. But and say, this agreement says we'll be getting 13%. But that 13% is not founded in any law. The law says 10%, but you can negotiate for more. What that means is that one fine shem more, and then now to negotiate 3 more percent. Barari for G2 in future there might be a mining company say, look, if you want the 3%, pay for it. And omudibim, because the law does not say chinchina is on more 3%. What the law says is that we can have 10%, and they are free. But any other AE has to be negotiated. And if the negotiation results in the company saying, say, 3% more free, you have to pay for it. And the argument was that you would end up having different lease agreements with different companies. But this is the future for Ghana. And your country behind a war lithium. What is here? And EVs are here, electric vehicles and so on. Lithium batteries no more use. So, and the demand for it has quadrupled over the period. And if you look at projections, we are going to be having more demand for it, even though recently there was a decline in the demand for it. But generally speaking, and averagely speaking, we share the projections now. In the near future, the demand for it is going to be very high. And to DNSA to make sure that the stories of gold, any diamond, we repeat it. So we need to have a new and a more comprehensive fiscal and regulatory regime.
So, but also,
absolutely.
About a commentary, Minister Minerals Commission running on this lithium. No?
Go ahead. Then I disagree with them on many of the issues.
One of the best contracts in terms of the mass science. It is near to the benefit of Ghanaians.
Why is it the best? You see, and I made this point there. They said, for the first time, royalty rate, Omapijim. But that's a fallacy, because we amended the Minerals and Mining Act that allows the minister to set the royalty rate. But what you can do, and say, you go to Parliament with an LI to revise, the form of regulations. You can come with regulations through an LI to indicate how much are able to me by way of your royalty. First, it used to be a range between 3 and not less than 5%. Later, you had to share 5% chinchina. And in 2010, we revised it. And I think it was 2015 or 2010. I need to check.
No, 2010 was for it.
Yeah, so it was 2015, we amended it. And Yeka said, look, we cannot continue to have the 5% until let's give the power to the minister to determine the royalty rate. But we went ahead in that same action, in the revised action, to say, obetimi the LI aba. Obetimi the regulations are but through an LI to indicate how much. What you say? We have not done that until it's still the 5%. Until if he says that this is the best, it is because the minister has refused. Since the amending law, no minister has decided to set the royalty rate beyond 5%. Man more going to set it beyond 5%, but when you and you come and say, "Oh, this is about the best," because you had the chance to do it, and I win. And when it comes to lithium, you say, okay, let me do that which I ought to have done a long time ago. And he says, oh, this is about the best. And I'm saying, are they avoid the case where you would have different lease agreements with different companies? And no, investor bar on himself. This is the rate. And the free carried interest, so say you're paying 13% now. I'm not saying that is the ideal, but Sagana for you 13% a pair. Make it 13%. But the current law says is 10%. You can negotiate for more. And negotiate. So if Sabi, Unya Minister Bia, the negotiation skills and Shadanya strong, he might not get the 13%. Mika and Ebimzo, but say future people would say, you decline your 13% to us. NMC is not founded in any law.
Okay, so you remember some come with you. At least I've catch and say, Debbie.
No, can you help us? Okay,
what the reasonable pressure to system through education and advocacy. So there should be very good
and just to add to this, very soon we are having a public forum. We're having a public forum on
draw attention because you have
the intention is actually to do it in partnership with Asempa so that the Benya live coverage we want to have a public forum on Ghana for the difference between lithium and gold and diamond. Say, this is an minerals. But the demand for one is higher and one is the future. Okay. What is here? Into the conversation around lithium and other green minerals, even bauxite is one of the critical minerals. What is here? We need to have look. When says here, you can't Ghana minerals, bauxite and tambo. What is here? But this is one of the critical or green minerals. Essay you can wasem. Anti talk about lithium. Do you say Ghana cry? We have some deposits of uranium. Say? And it's sad. When you go to, they call them the lithium triangle. You go to Argentina, what are these other two countries? Omono, what they have done is say, if you, in Argentina, for example, before 1979, if you had a concession to mine lithium, you jaw mauye until the expiration of sa lease period. No? But beyond that, strategically, almost your lease in Mobia to mine lithium. Because as far back as the 70s, Omu said, look, this is the future. Okay, and to my question, I didn't hear pre to the extent that they made it look as if they sign deal. Oh, deal be
better than that.
What is here? Then why the rush?
Dr. Banam was another time because research we bring Ghana for idea we don't implement what really the research is about. Sometimes I was into all these researchers. My specific actions to take.
Yeah.
They said your all cases here. We now a group of people are very deeper research into the benefits a country can derive from these greens, but we will not acquire several for. So, for instance, with President Mahama, we need to talk about it.
Motorbike.
Yeah.
Do you have enough electricity?
For charging.
You see. You see, every policy is like a cycle, and when you take every leg of the cycle, no, there are numerous you discuss. In the first place, before you come up with a policy, there has to be some needs, some demands by the population, and informing government's decision to come up with a policy. Let me use sleep for example. You say when people are aged, there is no support system for them.
We have to empower them.
Exactly. So how do you do it? Then you think of a policy that would empower them financially. So you come up with an idea like LEAP. What I say is because there's a certain need or demand. That is what informs the political class to come up with an idea which eventually will become the policy. Okada phones me. And is it I remember I used to have a lecture when he's discussing public policy. He will tell you the demands and the supports, because enuna that goes into the black box, and the political box, where then your first supports need demands now. Then we come up with something in the form of a policy. So in the first instance, what are the building blocks that such policy would be anchored on? First, you need stable electricity supply. Because once it's electric bikes, it means
charging.
You would require electricity. What is our electricity situation in this country? That is one. Two, we have a problem with transportation. And this, in his view, is a solution to the transportation problem.
Amongst some of the solutions.
Yes, it's one of them. Na BRT, Yantimanya, Okada Nebebuaye. When you go to the UK, I've lived in the UK for some time. Look, Kwabena, when you are in the UK, you have no need for a car. I never contemplated having a car. Because me peba baby I could be a minya bus. Minya bus a minya tree. And omo bad time no omo di super pepe. That is the kind of arrangements we need. Because what kind of way they carry people. And yeah, deliveries in Guano a source of transportation. And it's a means of transportation. And instead of looking at the bigger problem and finding more innovative solutions, as you, do you know the nuisance Okada causes in this country?
A lot of people are getting into it as a business, as
no,
commercial business.
Because we have allowed it. But do you know the nuisance it occasions to road users? Only move because of Okada. And you have Sabi Obia who wants to become a president thinking, say, oh, let's consolidate this nuisance.
Regulating the front of Okada.
How are you regulating Okada? He's saying, say, instead of using fuel-powered motorbikes, and using electric bikes. He said, how do you regulate Okada for? You can't regulate them. What I say? And beyond the nuisance, the question I'm asking is, problem being Sir Okada is seeking to solve, and like I told you, it's transportation. And see, of all the options to deal with the problem of transportation, Okada is what we're thinking about. We tried doing BRT. I think it started on the NDC. Ekosiise. Okay. And so we are unable. You see, the solution exists, but and now we are talking about something that would place a drag on our already scanty electricity supply. Electricity I can was masa menim so we fear the if yam light light na watch my here and it's okay say Okada of way they are in hundreds of thousands. Imagine they are also going to be a drag now on our electricity. What do you think is going to happen? I am all for the transition, the green transition, whereby we lower the use of cars that emit CO2 and so on. But for you to be able to do some of these things, you need to prepare. Make sure you have enough electricity supply. And you are importing this as a solution. Now, what is going to happen is that there's going to be more stress on the national grid. That is one worsening our electricity problems. Our friend is going. Look, it's going to be chaotic because it now becomes formal. It's official. Abaya Jatum says the Okada and the chaos you can't imagine.
Dr. Bano, you're into research.
Yes.
Now, it's not a laudable idea.
You me that say me that's many of mine. Me say many take a can say many paper. Now me dey me say baby me fear free ni say unhwe Okada semana Kwabena say share a market economy ma the byproduct of inefficiency of the transportation market. To say we should be to say black market amount for
as a result of
yes, because the forest market that has been some form of what inefficiency now black market appear forex amount for coho no mukodi drag to sika edifi hono sana Okada asemono etie nti senna over the years no be the past 30 years no
you fall out here yani anhye hu
Inti senka yetumi manage ye economy no ne yatoto ye no me especially a transportation system from the first 30 years no any a day enoma pa egugu akwan ma enka sam market we no inefficiency emi say unity no nka entumi paganity na me de me hwe asem no afri fatalities asem say ohwe between 2001 na Okada fatalities and as a motorcycle fatalities in general Ghana hano as the year 2001 if I say 23 years ago na yegina ohanchiche mumienu echiripo baako echiripo nso 2.7%. By 2018 na motorcycle accident enyano etumia pejani move from her ntiche mu echiripo mienu eko enso no akwa kugina 21% ohanchiche mu aduonu baako. Na minia the man here anwanwa kra ne say National Road Safety Commission for a presentation bi no mo de to dwa say accident Okada anase motorcycle course no eno eye emohomoho du a ehu chen se ka akra ne ka ehia na sa osafa okada ya bi ebu nso a eye the same National Road Safety Commission so omudi tu dwa bi kire se eye okada no e rank as the number 2 causal agent for accidents in Ghana.
Okada
we data available nyame na make. Now ebiemu nso in 2014 under President John Dramani Mahama na nkasatama na oye omampanyi ewo Ghana ha no. National Road Safety Commission for release data bi ano mo kire se enipa empimienu echiripo adunum enson baakwe 2571 enna okada na motorbikes ebo omo in 2014 alone. The same part 2,571 emu 1,856 ene hwere wo monkwa. Enti ejina sa adiwe ya see in 2014 into any seminar lawyer the whole information nipa. Enti so be care in 2012 no under President John Dramani Mahama. Eye ono ankasa e passe mra ani e freno the Road Traffic Regulation 2012 ALI to 2180. Ne sections 128 clause 1 clause 2 and clause 3 and 84 of sa airline ne brase eye okada anase de ne nan miensa ye fa ne tricycle ye de be se ye de ye commercial ye de fa nipa plagiano mo no de ne eyade a na by 2012 na samra we no omanpinyida that His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama ne pass samra ya making in 2012 wo hono say ya bra because na enipa ewu to say data ya mediamu na afi no na ano de do na che okada no ya de ba kwa na eye National Road Safety Commission identify say second largest causal agent of death on our roads. Inti se utieti inkomoni ye abedru ne ya mi se 2020 sa se mi unity so no the same ade ne ye nyina nim ti se me ne atiki kan ne se nyina nim se eye new sansa emi se commercialization e de ensem bebreba se bi mpa nke private purposes impo dia but say once be commercial say ye fa ni partnership ye de carry ni pa no na te se asem no aya asem fofo aye bra no eya asem no ami bisa me ho ne se na e de en sesan ye nti a afide ade a yankasa yewura omampanyi dada onu ankasa ne breso o shemra kate se saadi de enka metwema na asema bra no ede na esesan nti afede all of a sudden no enkomoda sa akosore se wo se saadi kura no yetumi legalize anase yedutum eno de mi se asem se bai mi se ye nyina no ibibise bisaye ho enti se wo hwe de mi nua kan ye besi ye na hwe data no so kra de kira mi se data no so de wo kan data so ne bibia wo biase data ne kira de a na te se ayade bia se me de se ye se ye pese ye enact policy na ade te se de ye nyina ya agi atumu no se byproduct of inefficiency where your transportation system no nti na ama na yi ne chi de a na ewo se yetumi pede ye friend say novel ideas and say anhye pa ebetumi amma ya solve sa problem na senia me ma data na say the number second and say number 2 causal agent for road accidents no yebetumi kura free ho. And they say na as on mind to say Ghana they say the metro say in 2014 enipa 1,860 and the woo here from motorbikes abo nipa Omanhene and then nipa say bi omude moto nya accident o where your motorbikes now boni pakeke no enipa 1,860 in 2014 the woo Ghana hanom say and try was say yadie bi a asoman no yemfa politics and tonchen na yenhwe kwan a yebetumi aso ano na mimi hu ne said say na me nua ne kan no sa utu kwan kwa aburuchire me say Omanhene watu kwa aman bebre so ewo aburuchi memo if you koye kuro ye South Africa hay kura in sub-Saharan Africa and me say transportation system ni ade bi am in numerous articles am atwa make say gold mine. Na problem a me war with your financial sector and as a financial institution say just like any other thing no I say your financial institution and as a financial sector ni nyina so na protocol we can say omu nyina targeted your friend say low hanging fruit entino say oko obebi to say Oman Switzerland so to say me fa UK new examples I mean I take aka ehwasam dada say oko obebi to say Oman Switzerland transport no from bus ecofa train Switzerland bank and manage transport sector no That transport baby Omanhene me de bia meka reduce no me articles be my say see a person solve unemployment or Ghana ha transport ade ba ko betumi solve unemployment or Ghana na me say adwen course anytime me fa abrochire de atwa mfoni a kire no say offer transport sector na say o managing from bus to train Omanhene ubehia de din ka ubehia o mbetwi bus no anase o mbetwi train no we ye no fi ho a ubehia engineers bus ne say a ye be from no ma ba be repair ubehia accountants omo no be keep records ika ye gege ubehia the same enipa omo so wo saa nimide no no magina bus no no ma den o ma check se wo kwa abruchira wo fa utima ne aba ticket please me across check ni na ye adwuma ene ekriti ubehia omo nso a your friend is saying omuna ebe monitor security agencies almost be nti say ofa bus sector no man they seem to be economists and statistician omo be project so within the next years no see to me atrema nipa dodo see revenue say be do your film na based on how revenue no ye betumi mpo akọ amanone ana betumi akọ betumi akọ African Development Bank ni akọ je bese ne etumi ato bus ne dodo na because based on projected revenue ye benya within the next 2 years no and no ebe leverage me to be the jinasokra ekodi loan it is wo fa ne say wo ye bus sector no anasa bar transport sector no wo ye na say wo nye ne say nkran ha na wo ye ne the whole Ghana ne ye ne pa Omanhene because say utu kwan free nkran ha ne Kumasi Omanhene nkronkron na kan de ekwan de we betu transport sector ne betu ye biebiem aye loans ne papa te say ne say bi utu kwan kwa abrochira ye hu no but the financial sector no minim omo go ho no mai mi say aya omo yes analysis we mo it wo hwa de dodo na ye se wo kan banking sector reports free Bank of Ghana bana omo nyina do musika koto government instruments inti ananu ya financial crisis oye ne kakra si hwa na because all over the years no the nyina ni me course basic economics here so government never dies inti se onya to aban instrument dia abonto so wo mti ase inti na me say low hanging fruit inti abaye say convenience inti insesenka wo financial sector nka sebio ye betumi apani pano match tinhye aba baby ye betumi dis ka kwura ne yetumi create you see say okasa private sector is the engine of growth for Omanhene enye say sebio broni Kofi Broni ana kwani Broni no fi ni kromo badi sika be wura ha nkwa no any the private sector is the engine of growth through name one believe say the financial sector because the financial sector is the engine of every economy when sika di free ba entina banks any create sika no the central banks of a Bank of Ghana on create sika it is only the commercial banks any to me create sika by lending out money. So, it is a person create sika a very strong financial sector to say ye war start to me no test see here can so offer your Ghanaian economy and also offer your financial space na Omanhene see be kan okra amman mienu banks and say see omabawura Ghana ha no say they din kan Nigeria and they say South Africa so ababeto so na some be say on say e ba me say and oman bi to say South Africa or maybe to say Nigeria omo financial sector na so omo financial institutions say absa to say FNB etumi ayo ototo omo no ma ya mo metumi abawura Ghana me say ama local banks no omo ni compete ama some of the public owned banks in Ponemi say sia no omo ntumi enyina omo na so ye bi see ho sa question we say e kire ye say omo plans na so omo nyoma omo de agu kwan mu omo ye no ewo omo krom ho no eye nyoma etumi omo tumi bowura amaya akamu na ye bisa se ye ti Ghana bank ene obetu bowura South Africa anaso obetu bowura Nigeria when in sema se ye pese ye bu o man ye chichiro man ye o Omanhene financial sector me de bia me bo me because minim se bia me economics ni ntia emfa ho ne aban a wote so when ye ade o se etumi charge omo no omo hwe ekonkan e chen de abe low hanging fruit so bia ya so hwa me say me na me ye analysis bi e me say last year na ohwe financial sector na commercial banks no omo demand for government instruments from 2014 to 2018 no na adena konanim be almost be 70% adena number of 40 something percent no ohanchi chemu aduane no na ekeka kwa ohanchi chemu aduoson ne akire they say omu nyina no agigi sika na access loans and access savings gakra no be no mo de akakoto government instruments to say me ne we be sika akoto a bi omu nyina ne say government instruments ne akakoto
so doc what you're saying is that it's not maybe for lack of a better way, the policy should be relooked again.
Exactly.
As it stands now, any ideas?
You see, the problem I want to say,
Tesla cars here by a point BCC baby.
Yo, talking about cars. You see, but we haven't. Why do you think nobody is important? We haven't got there yet. What you must say? You
sector, it was set private sector. It me share. Every say sika, me dem say good man. You see, say okasa abanya. They may be some when they say. Offer a buying tune for the last 30 years. A buying revenue, because revenue as a percentage of GDP. And no cry a tear, crano, your revenue, and I see a sick in a film, so what the 2 year GDP in your hono cry in new 20%.
Okay, let's have about so doc. My uncle maybe originators of a young coma and ombit match, but quick ones be quick or say. At one time, Ghana used to have public transportation system like UK.
Yeah.
I for one used to catch my bus to school from Bantima to Kwabena Greek. It was really comfortable and the ticket conductors were fun to watch. It all started going down due to the many coups in Ghana. OSA was great, but it will be difficult for another government to bring it back.
OSA was an intercity coach, but nonetheless it was very effective.
Yeah, it was good, but it was difficult for another government to bring it back due to the trotro services that have come to live with us. Mother Ghana really needs help. But I'm just I allow for penny pounds today. But I'm just looking at a CSIR, a BR for Omode Tebi Omode. It's worrying. So motorcycles contribution to a year accidents as of 2002 was 2.9%.
Today,
as we speak today, even this is 2020, is 31.7%.
Look at the exponential increase.
2001, 2.7% in 2001. By 2018, now could not 21%.
So if 2020 is 31.7, then we don't know.
Yes,
because we began to commercialize the use of motorbikes.
Let's ask the lawyer. Maybe more is hard checks when you have a way of making us feel safe and reducing these casualties. What informed this this policy? Ghana for tomorrow.
All right, Omanhene, that's it. There was a that policy of say a person motorbikes. The usage, you legalize it.
Asempa FM.
And you're the for away. And I'm not going to say, wow, when you have to form. I'll come to the accidents and those things. Means a wild when you have to form. Every corner of Accra, or majority of the corners of Accra, finance will be called. Okay, my music be I don't a blue road. If you will see what Yarafa, they will see what Yarafa no. But be a all corner, and yet a Yarafa and her baby, also 90 euro inside baby, for easy purposes. Nipa benya bike bu on the junction so e dia kofi ente saa obenante no
me kan hwe dey na utie
that is what is going on to see am no say so come here so majority of all parts of Accra manet junction obi fu trotro so bi so manet junction we so manet junction we talk dey ko fi what does up we no fa dey to so ko and say Obenante free junction no na akoba bi kupotia oko because can of fire need me see a point be enfa into aso. That is the reality.
But I know the AC you are taking.
Okada mbaye no.
You enter was non change in we. Say no because one of them buy.
We see is the reality and I'm asking you a simple question.
Okada mbaye no nani panante. They were just walking to their homes. Simple. One for drop your panante. Obey another
now
what you talk to us about that?
Don't try to minimum. Okay, baby.
I'm talking about
baby. I could do
okay. No, I'm saying me come from the station. Me see what me far community. Sorry, 18 junction can. Me see my junction. My junction not. From my junction to the few, but I go view. How many minutes? It's about the minutes. Even in the UK, they pass not my sister. I will come to the UK. Everyone see how well I see number 3. No man. I was here. Number 3. You can out and make my thousand. Okay. You can out and my thousand matrona. Say what now? You can out Uboshi. I oh my. No, no, can't come by BRB. Ufi and go with the mattress about the gambo a lot of coin. Yet again, Hannah, Obukum can't go. If you are women, go to the end of was out and go and check. There are some communities, vehicles can't access those communities. You have to go by bike. I didn't want to today, can't mean because I can't. You the former phone you get to a point and pack. Or mind the only means you can go to that village or that community is to go by motor or walk. Asa, on the motor now so they are not. That is a means. But you have a sanity. Do you have access roads to almost every community? So whether you like it or not, say whether it is legal or not legal, that is a million for people to get to their homes.
And you have some regulating.
Of course.
Regulating,
okay, so now I'll number 3. Many countries
is the word regulate or legalize.
Well, legalize or we are regulating the front.
The same thing.
No, there's a difference.
I think take it to your view. Well, I mean, you hold on to your position. Yeah. My position is different. My
interest is what data speaks to in terms of air accidents.
You will come there, Omanhene. I'll come there. I will definitely address it. I will definitely address it.
Data,
Omanhene. I will definitely address it. They can know the number of people that die from lorry accident.
When motors actually are worse off.
Oh, I'm saying.
That's what.
And I'm saying, the data also from 2002 now can have 2020.
It has all of that.
The card,
from the accident, not just the accident.
Death rate, yes, death rate from car.
Okay, so you go on to your issues. So then we come back.
That's fine. I mean, you have a question. So the air can you see a person? I didn't know that. I describe it as it has become something like an even necessity. But I had to be a mobile here. I'm for you. How do you want to vote in the communities?
So Dr. Kabila says it is only in Ghana that we think of legalizing illegalities as an antidote to impunity. How
inefficiency to be noticed.
But listen to me. I've used my own constituency for the
he talks about legalizing.
He can't drive there. What in language of Lincoln? Who could your car cannot go there? How will you go? But you still want to accept that community. And that's what has been from Genesis in 2024. Do you see what them coming to live there and be isolated? They have to travel. On that's very good go to every point in the north. But beyond a car, as I say, let's be realistic. I have in mind the very pretend. And then you order something from any shop or any store. You buy food from any food joint. How did they deliver them? In the UK, as your site, they deliver food with bicycles and so on and so forth. But how do they do all those things? You're creating road money to over already on Namo. They have ways that they use. There's a part from Ponglo Bar. That motor lane to it. for that new stadium online to I think there's a GSA standard authority. Good. You want so we can do it.
So that should be the solution.
We can do these things. And until the stuff that we are telling you is you see, legalizing the thing is not just a non-qualified. There are several things that you need to do. Ghana Police Service. Only in this one, the president. They don't just ride though. They bring trainers from abroad to come and train them at Independence Square. Sometimes Independence Square or police depot. They are trained. So they are good. These boys will not. You see, the accidents are coming because of one, they lack training. They lack skills. Most of them want to know what is
I was in who trains you to ride motor? Motor Kasudi is just a government has to spend money on training people to do Okada.
And I told you that even Ghana Police Service police personnel who ride motorbike are trained. On riding the motorbike.
Because these are professional bikers. These bike riders are special. Now ordinary luxury.
Do you know how many of them that dies? Have you checked? Do you know how many police officers that died? Meaning police
enforcing our point. Say motor is a risky business.
I think me say madam police ni mundi was so issue. Na na go promote it was nyane. O police motor rider. Motor ya asem ya.
No, be quite wouldn't say.
What I say? They are dying. We are not saying it's risky. We are not saying there is no risk attached to it. And then but the can say risk. What was a risky? I'm at Omanhene. And the other say I'm a very man. Would you everyone that to legalize? So we make sure that we will legalize it. Number one, given the training. Number two, and not just we will do things that will limit that rate now.
What kind of training can was in that all Okada drivers are to fall under certain
and be licensed.
You see,
or certified.
All right. So, any money being here. One, education and awareness. They need that. They need that because even drivers and who say are you for a from say
GPR tuning?
No, not even GPR. I want to say 174. Going to them and educating them and creating awareness to them almost every day. Yeah. Are you saying they are not experienced? Some of them carry lances, F and so on and so forth. They are well, will be a double 1 years, 30 years, 11 years. But every now and then, these people go to them to create awareness and educate them.
So how do we?
So we are still going to do. We are going to do the same thing for them because they need them.
Okay, so I'm sure. What's point one?
Again,
and also education and then
awareness.
And awareness.
Okay, that's one.
That is one. Okay. Number two, we are going to ensure mandatory training for them.
What kind of what will the nature of the
mandatory?
No, you see,
okay, so the training will be on how they are supposed to ride the motorbikes, how they are supposed to respect events and traffic regulations.
That's awareness. Respect
and all those things. Listen, you may decide to agree or not to agree. I mean, not to agree. And no problem. You take a position. My point is what I'm telling you. The things that we do in America, and see even police officers. You think they don't know the rules and regulations to cover how to ride motorbike? Most of them are from as also me. I mean, more or less expert riders in put it that. I mean, guy be a to work for more than 20 years. I found police. Two, on one service, you be BBB with the bike, but it doesn't matter that. Obama, I best could train to be able to use that 1,300.
So maybe
on the bikes now.
How are we going to group these people? Give them free.
No, grouping in the Omanhene. If you are all going to relax, if you are all going to register, if you are all going to be registered and you are going to be licensed,
there's going to be a re-registration of
them because we need to be able to categorize them and know them well.
They are talking data now.
Okay, we need to be able to categorize them and know them well because we want the system say even so offer Okada do now we should be able to trace that person.
I think what is.
We should be able to you will not agree with me, but that's what we are going to do. That's what the name I can say. Oko me very saying me maraf beti asi the Johnson so do the Johnson so now ko obranje ko nfia umade motorbike down aye one more create everything this influencers here you say yellow ebi and omo atwena kire one more short code bi the code bomb the anti that there's an abbreviation plus a number.
That's actually motorbike 2.
Motorbike 3 maybe a good chick.
Motorbike 2 here.
That group now anyone who say where you say. Even with them. Why do you think they are doing that? They are doing that to be able to identify themselves, number one, to be able to trace themselves in case something happens. I don't say, that is what we are going to do in general. Because one point I'm ready to my sister and say, one month you have say, yeah, in the same boy, man, and what Benyam said, Obi fireman, as a fast message, Yakwajime, bag of film. We never come beside the countries. Because now that one challenge is that would you the real look at our own business. We can find the to be we can't stop no. Na kwa denta ana ofa otra moto the to. We be denta na say be am 5 cities in the piaka. But as say we proper okada rider or we are now come baby keke no fa on do sika, do you know? You don't. All right? So these things are needed. Me get to me say accident wo ho. Me get to me say I know. Because the minimum na meboa. E be to me Asante. You know that but it can be done. Of course. It can be done. I can't see how it's Omanhene. Namen kwa moto bi tisi kwa mu a enye se me ye very
now driving.
Na me drive. Oh free na we be free about tisi man road highway so kin preocupe.
Asuka me cousin.
Namen kwa enye se me ye careful. Anga me ka bon.
Helmet.
Asuka.
Ye na woni. Omanhene. Onu ko nchen ye na anka no. O say boss ngoto be sorry na me say and we sorry asem. Aye highway so na we tisi mi sa no. Ba. And that's what I said. So you see, it is all because these people they don't have any kind of knowledge or training about this things. Because I could you know Nimbia, meaning so about TS highway so sad just they run demo.
I said an article to our carticas or the farm or tell us about no man the crowd. Until I'm going to poor hours. And you know, can you see? You make us a more okay. It's a kind I can't again guess it. Okay, so my main kinds of the text message I come from a rural community in Kintampo North and Bolibambo. It doesn't appear to appreciate the issues involved in solving our transportation deficits. I've campaigned in very rural communities. I am a motorbike rider, and perhaps the youngest boy to ride a desert horse in Kintampo at age 9 or 10. So that's Dr. Kabila saying. And he wants me to read whatever he says. He said, it is only in Ghana that we think of legalizing legalities as an antidote to impunity. Ghana. How did we get here? Then we should as well pass a law to regulate armed robbery. As former President Rawlings once said, populist nonsense must give way to common sense. Dr. Kabila should do that. And Rankususu London or say Omanhene. The NDC is not prepared to explain it. Why are you forcing them to explain it? Rankus Holland and also they are there, but no. And then Ayalolo Fonso, Frank Nipeni, or say the word is regulate rather. The operative word is regulate, not legalize. So he thinks that we are regulating the front of the Okada guys.
Is that what they are saying, or that's what he feels they should say?
Oh well, okay, that
exactly, because there's a difference between legalizing and regulating. Okay. You can legalize and not regulate.
Okay, Nana Ponsabidi, I could say legalizing Okada won't reduce the accidents happening on the road. Most people are not investing in the Okada business because they feel it's not legalized.
Most people are not. Yes. When invest when the Okada business more than 20 overall. No, I know, but I say I didn't perform that. I mean,
Omanhene. They feel it's not legalized.
And I'm a man for a woman. I said, we can't say it here. No, I can't.
Omanhene. People are in the business of producing wheat. They are in the business of planting and cultivating wheat. Until because Nkrofudu do na do wheat nti. Yebeka say, my policy is to legalize the farming of wheat. You see, Mehuni said now there's a great deal of populism that is characterizing this year's campaign and hygiene. Look, Anka Mampenyi the policy on public transportation by with focus on either a rapid bus system and anything that would improve your current transport.
He did that when he was in power. You know that. But I don't listen to the bad.
Maybe. So he has abandoned because you see.
He has not abandoned anything. I think.
Maybe. Wadaroma.
And so maybe the
you sent it on his own.
Maybe
a lawyer.
Make us know what the one
if the policy were presented in such a way, okay. You see, like I said, every policy is inspired by a need or some demand. Problem is we have problems with public transport. Now, a buying solution is we want to introduce a rapid bus transit. A World Bank supported government to do it. Ankusiaga. And now me can be thinking is former President Mama, with the benefit of having implemented something similar, no, Uncle Becker said, look, I would streamline it, I would improve it, not Masa, you get a buy-in. But you see, you are living and you say, I can't be about having rapid bus systems because I alone is now a field intervention. Because of the way I hear, no.
They would disagree. But I is a field intervention.
Oh, come on, woman cannot crack.
Sir, I fairly under those that we are not so much. Because I didn't from 2017.
Even the current MD it's not field.
Okay, that's fine. So
no, Niba. You see, when you're doing business, you're either making revenue, you're either making profit, you can say breaking even, or you're running losses. What is the state of Ayalulu today?
I think that gentlemen, the way our phrase is here, Dominic.
I doubt if they are even breaking even.
Because we know it's now or say intervene is enguye. If I
business they are breaking even or they are profitable.
These three now there, but I'm sure
they have a big term now.
Somebody can be in business by his running losses. What is it? Say, see, almost 30 years. Do you know the number of fleets they started with? How many Ayalulu buses do you see around? And that cannot be a sign of failure, but who is successful. And they are successful, you would have seen an expansion, more of them. But you see, I'm a someone ever, not there used to be a lot of them on the road. So just baku. No, what I mean is that baku, but they used to be like number 06, just like London buses here, what's my here. So who's didn't be. And then now come me my thinking is okay. Dear Nema sa intervention because we don't have rapid bus lanes.
It was created, but I mean
no.
It was created.
No, the amount of money we sank.
Okay, so what I'm going to create? What type of service strategy? 37 airport strategy. So
37 airport. No, I mean, you should give us the data.
We made losses from 2016 December to 2018 September.
Okay.
He's filling me in with
the data.
So he admits that there were losses in 2016
to 18
for 2 years.
2016
December to 2018.
2018 September.
So it's about 2 years.
No, so 2019 to date,
and they're probably
breaking even.
Okay,
and also making smaller surpluses to keep the bus actively working.
All the buses are not most of them.
Breaking.
Okay, so I think the point
in 2019 to date,
they are
breaking even, and also
that's a fair
smaller
point.
Surpluses to keep the buses actively working.
So,
what does it mean?
I think making the say the most of the buses
a politically correct way of saying what you say. It's a politically correct way of saying yakunkonho. That's the word. What describe kunkonho. But let me just end on this note. You see, this idea is the only mode of transportation because you're near coin. It's an indictment on all of us. You see, that having said so, so if the problem is road, how do you cure that problem with Okada? No, you know, so this is a solution to the problem.
Why identify the major solution?
The problem. You mean problem? I didn't you know the problem. And instead of you to fix the problem, you are prescribing a different solution. And look, the nuisance of Okada in the international business, are they seeking to legalize or regulate, or legalize and regulate? Because these are these are different scenarios.
It is now illegal, so
so
we need to first legalize it
and then regulate.
Before anything regulates.
So you legalize and then regulate.
Exactly. Because
I'm getting to a point.
It's not legal.
To legalize it
and then regulate. You first have to make it legal.
Before after legalization, they'll do the training.
And then what kind of training? And see, who train you can ride the same. You got here how to read road traffic, and you already talked about education and awareness, and yet the same thing now. So you do training and the corona. But my point is, what is the problem you are seeking to solve? Because every policy has a rationale. Or will be anybody who has worked with policy. Also, that is the point. You see, let's ignore populism for a minute. Let's ignore elections for a minute. Name the hard, questions. What is the objective truth characterizing this whole promise that has been made? Because there has to be a rationale. What is the rationale? And the explanation, to say 24-hour, there is inadequate clarity, for want of a better expression. Exactly. And my issue is that what is the rationale? If the problem is public transportation, then is this a solution? Is this the best solution we can proffer? Say you see amount for a Kwabena or do the junction or new baby in Konifi. How many minutes work? What we want to do in this from the first point of departure. Say ultimately etna bibiswa all the way to your entrance.
It's a matter of choice now.
No,
it's somebody's choice.
To Munim say even elsewhere where we have effective public transport system. And I know. ABSU baby no one anti because of that they Okada air cover. Ama BSU and now at Okada so akofi. No. There's no bus that will move you to your house. You have to walk. What is here? Now we are saying the Omanhene junction. From Omanhene junction to VA, there is no car anti the Okada. Look, and this is the justification for having such a policy. No, Ghana cry Eban saying that all of this. This is the kind of conversation. This is the conversation we are having.
So what do you think should happen?
We need to have an effective public transport system. And let me give you some ideas.
Okay,
let's start with some rapid bus transit and there were some challenges and I've mentioned one of it, having specialized bus lanes.
Good.
That is one. When there is traffic,
not just 2 lanes.
I'm all feel comfortable using public transport. No, you say traffic background exactly. Look, there are people who live in Canterbury and work in London.
Of course.
Also, you're not first stagecoach.
What I
say? Because when him said there are some bus lanes to be traffic here or to be for Hoko. That is what we need to start thinking about. That is one. Two, this thing about digitalization. I'm not officer but we have the world is growing. Yakutu Pempensubia. You see, me assures will be ayalolo fui. Omeka shows revenue collection is even a problem because the ticket the human interface too much. It lends itself to abuse in Nasanuman. In the UK, Oyster
card and then other cards.
To me, use Oyster card, even your debit card. What to me look over for London,
you can use debit cards. Yeah.
Yes, what is here? Now, even elsewhere, in fact, even in Canterbury, you can use other cities. You can use your debit card. If you don't have mostly it's even debit card.
In fact, in no you use your debit card.
Contactless ones, yes.
You see, it increases their revenue collection. They become more efficient and
human interface in you.
Too much because they have to conduct revenue of the tip paper. Or tip paper now to Chunia. The next man know their man. Or sometimes would go inside.
Wouldn't evidence to that. Where become you see,
woman come and sometimes get that's the point. They can go and print Omangas or but even Panoba, buses will be rumor. There is a EB on my then just place your card there. So that's another intervention we need to look at.
And more importantly, you see, let's introduce BBR that would discourage people from driving more. Look, London, there are some turns. If you take that wrong turn, Ghana embassy has been charged. High commission. I mean, Ghana's mission in London. Then say, "I'm the list be by say Edika." As there are some wrong turns. Once you make kiss a wrong turn, I saw £200.
They have parking problems.
Exactly. I saw £200. And these are new beer. We can introduce first rapid bus lane as a private driver. Instantly say charge you. Bagana ha. Yet me this remaining in a shemwa. Look, I would feel comfortable knowing very well as a miss sorry and timing so. Bus and from say nipa or more from time is one so called. Unlike Trotro and year on 2 years. But some public transport no was it
last two.
Last two. This is something what I say. These are things we need to do so that Nippon on him say there's reliability. Say every 30 minutes, Uko landing bus terminals no Udra a screen be or a rule 5 minutes bus 069 is coming. Edria Eko maybe Croydon or whatever. Eba time is soon na abedru. Until him say you can plan and it is reliable. And you don't have to worry your head about a semi talker and as for. These are the things that can be feel say say look, we need to have an effective public transport system. But to make it efficient and effective, these are the things that I'm person here. Okay. But to say I think it's just sheer populism.
Also by explaining the reintroduction of toll booths, no by explaining actually.
Yanka will master e-gate no. Yanka 5G na yediama obia
and we near you so.
Yanka.
David. This any day this.
No,
other matters we work.
Some
media other matters
some text messages. Because media here we attend the
I think that also creating.
There's a very important subject.
But it's not on the agenda.
So I think this one they don't know. Nana God bless you. That's what they're gonna bring a Dutchland ticket, no.
Oh yes,
yeah.
49 euros for a month.
One day, maybe the picture was
now in Holland, no more ticket kiosks. Now it's cashless.
So use your cards and those things to go with your bank cards to go with.
Those talking about training Okada riders after legalizing them should stop deceiving themselves. How many small-scale miners have we successfully trained after removing the ban? Let's maintain what we have today and not create a mess we may regret later.
And also, what can we offer a Bujina for best end on number this year? I don't know what to know.
And this one also says that kindly tell Atik, this from Kabila. Kindly tell Atik that the rationale is votes for 2024 elections. Okay, so no.
With your permission, my main free e-gates and my family brought 2 boots.
No problem.
You and tell me say a flag bearer for the MPP, the new Patriotic Party, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Baumia, me say, and I know pay kushia and penny for Cape Coast, and me so they are to just say by September there na a year the friend e-gates or airports na introduce no mind let me say or can someone let me say in Chimuka Krebu me say you see to me dem
Dr. Baumia ka say bia say mo see chinam chidem
oh say no nti na economy see yenso adwuma na ye bi so nti on say o ye me senior economist nti ono de say a policy statement no waka nti nchiremu no wo ho nti o say edema o mind so hwe in 2021 a year passenger traffic far Kotoka International Airport near 1.3 million. Now in 1.3 million. In 2022, equal 1.8 million. Okay, and in 2023, about 2.1 million. Actually, say over the years, no,
graph Ekosro.
Yes, Ekosro. Now, so o airport ne se traffic congestion no esuma the actuals ne se when to me amfa enchicheye bi emu akwan mu a emani pa ho han na emi se to say the Omanhene bi as wa fa to say Airbus mo ne Emirates for mo double decker planes ni bi say sa planes no emi ensa be hia wa ha ahomache na say nyumra obeni ho me say me de bi afiri ho aba be du kotokai da me say I regretted that day obetumi plane no crazy ho no mo no wonya nsi fo mo no obetumi tina plane be 1 hour
ye be na bai
o say we experience na December 2017 or 2018 mobile com.
That's a very nice and we tam na train into me so at the very so I say.
The better is we be try play we 1 hour
the basama we know we are using back come on.
So the graphics indicate say as I say a hwene
yeah so inti we say as a nation we should be proactive. Nessa Osha say oka research papers ade ba akwa Africa ha no mu say in particular na enipa be tourists in particular no aya na entam madodo na aye because of this traffic congestion because obia so kind of psychology no obia no pepper say me free play mu aba be see turbulence ni ade na sabe jira be 1 hour yesi gate to come nya gate because bia bus ni hwan homa ba be gina ho inti na wa so nim se we pie wanya sa wa no crazy form no wa pie no afi na sa ba be di queue tin so ansa na we go through immigration na say kra de dey na say obedi nka go Ghana Health Service ansa na we Ghana Health Service wa ba be call immigration ho na say e ade bi e ya tete ansa na we wie no wa sa ba be twen wo luggage inti say wa ba be do koteka but to spend be say close to 2 hours cry and what me papa file back no wedding where there's a psychological idea emwa na Omanhene we nyina so dey make basis no say osha revenue a yenya free tourism ma in 2021 yenya 3.1 billion tourism dollars when you Ghana city so 3.1 billion dollars statista
and as still any
in 2022 yenya 3.4 billion dollars in from tourism statista data no obet me check in 2023
what is the source
statista
Ghana na?
Yes, Ghana.
That source well anyway I have my issues with that
in fact
source.
So share the initial revenue pan bia Ghana Tourism Authority in 2019 mo na near na 1.8 billion. So
the statistics I've had issues using the before. So that's what I'm saying.
There might be some, I mean, obviously in data there will be a plus or minus 5% differential which is allowed because based on the Omunyano projections. It's not far fetched from what they are saying. So mine it is per se ye omanya ye proactive na etumi ekwa enu mudi no matutu kwan mu te se na ye hwe ne na bibi te se e-gate no de ayade a ehu abia pa enti se ene ya me no ka se okọ Ghana aviation authority okọ Ghana Airports Company Limited okọ website edaho sesia in fact do the pictures of e-gates now I think about 7 to 10 on I install Kotoka International Airport wa say okọ when be feeling agochi we nye ade
bi na anom ye old terminal 2
we no ye de udru ha se wo card no so udru se Ghana card anyway na we de to so a o buy metric data ne wo be patch na bia mo so ya
say ye bo terminal 2 no so
de be ye nyisu ye in fact Nigeria mpo is to leave
no pictures of that
Nigeria mpo is maybe it was not operationalized it was not operationalized
but yes we no be any there terminal 2 baby na via all presidential via
yeah one say me no me enu de ye duru ha e dia wo de na e de wa ban wo entina uduru na de ma protocol
no and then some gonna make am me say that
South Africa and Nigeria Nigeria for is to be in April 2024 this year up to date more operationalizing
Abuja International Airport yes you
Tambo samiame more install so more operation but we are going to operationalize this say e do ho now we do biometric data na eto no every depend na say a clear one na be na wo ko Ghana Health Service
that was one day we
call immigration
now you are doing this at terminal 3 right
they are wasting time they be na say
no, Doc, I'm not challenging you. I'm just saying, sir, there was one at that terminal 2 before they come up to my train. There was one there. But I'm using your own usually after enough.
When airport, when baby used to say, na wo bi sa me sa question yi wo
na me chese
na ya wo do
what the na ya obi sitam na wo
do do Ghana card mo so na
mo man na nyese ya de foforo bi a ko na eba na me mo nya bi no ade o
is a war house
me say
more personal Ghana card. The effectiveness of Ghana card, it cannot be compared to today. That's a fact. Number two, more people buy. Your chain say now maybe Oma money more.
No, I think Chum's issue is that don't make it look as if say this is the first time something. You say,
maybe you say, one hour can was some say.
No, I think that is what.
Okoye say Omanpenyi do onye baby ko John Evans atomi so ba me kura me cast the time 2010 me ko DQ mo be 2 hours and me dimidi to see ma me Ghana card be see na me Ghana card enti wo do wa no cast me
Ghana card
yes wo cast wo be abani be different but so wo can Ghana card say na wa can ya Ghana card it is nowhere near what happened in 2010 to 2016 enti say be this time around information everything has been linked. Say we do want to passport and answer Ghana card no what the treso next class say I take near negate na bi ma take kwana ko fa bag ne ko fie and this first na e be wie na e bia ba no kra na was atik eko eye Ghana Health Service that is over Ghana Health Service and sana we Ghana Health Service wako immigration so sa 2-step check no ebeyi afi ho into when asama emi say yewura editu na me fa eye tobu tasam no so interest emi say tobu tasam no de emi say ayasem bi a ne ka ehia pa na yenyina nim say tobu to na de ba kunti ama emi say aban etwam no say na operational cost no crime say do baby na esochen revenue and na edema.
I don't think so.
So because they were not making enough revenue. There was a time I read one data and I just said
the minister's argument was that
we were making 2.4 million Ghana cedis in a month from tolls. So now operational cost no any.
Yeah.
But implicitly.
But it was less, to be frank.
But so
those were manning the.
Yes, implicitly no. Now just say at a point operational cost no crown na ni baby na me say just supposed not to do more munya efimu. Because once agreement is who make this and who take this. But then we did not know what exactly was going into that operational cost and how much they were taking out of it. But the enemy so in a month in the whole Ghana, tools in Ghana 2.1 million Ghana cedis. How? So internet at the year they be say economically no say we a businessman na enya de viable. In reintroduction of toll booth no and also no nyanko say that na ye no. There will be the novelty. In fact, say I South Africa, you free be e-tolling. Utwema na ato. Enye me enipa da sini ba be take it na sebi o te say kaswa tobu denta na meto wo man ye wo be kai
moto we ne bi was
the E-section, but anyway,
there was an E-section on the motorway.
So what they needed to do was just to make sure that all the boots
exactly were just make it all because they want to be all.
I can't simple from 2009 to 2016
it was under our time. The motorway one was under our time.
Be a nuisance. No, man,
that's why the lot of crime will have problem. And yet to some no crime will problem. That's why the lot of crime will problem. They needed more. So
from it's a novelty near the banana say akikilo. It is a novelty in Nasisia Dr. Haji Baumia. Ede bemu na saade ete se menu atiki kire mu sa human interface no a breedy corruption a breedy inefficiency sebi o ye begidi sika so at the end of the day no kra no ye hu be sika no afa no ebetumi eye firi won ti eye ade pa emi se ebetumi aboa na ba ko so se tia se se o hwe eye ye tax system no nso a ade ba ko a sa complex tax system na ye wono na entumi generate enough revenue my no and also ade ba kwa mi se na e wo se ye hwe ne ka ho asem nti so hwe se flat rate asem asesia eba mu in fact mami ma data bi hwe o ma bi to say Estonia as at 2002 na Estonia for omu GDP ni nam roughly about 3 billion USD as at 2002. Now Estonia for to me implement that flat rate no omu granted tax amnesty so obia and shall say from a Fiscal to say the lawyer tears as a lawyer one a law firm ebia because of computation of tax nimpo ne bia lawyer kra nim enu ties you ne lawyer the ka bia 5 billion me just say bia lawyer kra ne nye lawyer aban bi beba na so mampanyi bi beba no de o se 5 billion lawyer de a check fa
o ngani ndia Doctor, I'm going to chapter 2. I'm going to
I think, sir, I understand. Look, it was a terrible fiscal decision to close our toll booths. For the life of me, how it came about. So, you have a revenue stream. And you are saying, given my projections, any the outcomes, is to change how we project to the receipts of revenue. Outcomes, and because of that, you get the entire stream altogether. Would you want to ask? You want to try to get into no, maybe. Wabbing. I am got here. Yes, you is going to solve all our crises, all our revenue issues. E-levy is coming to solve them. Yanjin Tumze was a bad, in fact, it was a terrible fiscal policy choice. What is here? And I'm happy, sir, Dr. Bawumia. You see, it's always interesting when you're having conversations with economists. They know Nyamabi. Because when he said that was a bad idea, and Western Natural said, or a chairman of economic management, not just it was just a title. Because Obia, who is saying he wants to.
I disagree with you.
Oh, of course, conveniently, I disagree. If you didn't disagree with me, I would be very shocked.
I disagree.
No, Obia, on what basis are they going to do the campaign?
Conveniently.
Because if he doesn't disagree with me, campaign number anything. But my point is, Sabi, when you don't even need rocket science to know, sir. If you have revenue streams, and we haven't complained, say our revenue to GDP, the ratio is very discouraging. It's one of the lowest in the sub-region. What is it? So what you need to do, in order to increase the ratio, you have to increase your revenue. And one your revenue stream, I muska, uzia sikana emaeno eswa. Without a replacement.
In fact, for the avoidance of that, not to cut you. Say, e-levy, your projected revenue a year in 2023. Now we were expecting 83.15 billion Ghana cedis. Okay, but in the actual revenue, I am 83.15 million Ghana cedis. In effect, e-levy rating in 2023, I think Mami make it up with 1.2 billion Ghana cedis in 2023. So, and there's a OSHA revenue e-levy no edebrea. Obviously, it is about 10 times the revenue, maybe even 50 times the revenue. Not two books, no edebrea. And you see, I
am working on a paper right now.
Taking factor in is a since Vice President or your flag bearer can say e-levy will be too many of you. So, now, if e-levy is going to e-levy, which is generating 1.2 billion, will be taken out there, then obviously it is better to bring back the because you want see create respite for the taxpayer. It is something that is basic in economics.
You don't compare with tax handles. Tax handles are not easily comparable because the targets are usually different and the rates are usually different and so on. What do you guys say? You are comparing e-levy and toll booth. Tools. You can't do that. And to say, one is projected to give you more revenue until because they're not crying we might as well say property rates in my country What I say? The point I'm making is that I'm working on the paper right now, and I'm looking at the effect of taxation on the adoption of digital technologies, e-levy, and So I'm looking at how e-levy is impacting the use of Momo and so on and so forth.
And you're talking about financial inclusion?
Of course, it's part of it. It's one of the variables I'm looking at how that impacts also. But question me bisan say Dr. Baumia enim say E-level and any ajunkwa me wa enyezane kan.
At the time we found ourselves, please. At the time we find ourselves.
What do you say? Even the variables that were used
holistically, sorry, not I say Ghana problem, but at the time we find ourselves.
But there was even a movement here. Ministers in that time.
Contest
making the point now.
What do you say? At the time, you introduced E11. The volumes that were used as a basis to justify E11, now COVID time volumes. Sir. OGD. And when COVID time, no be on Kobe, no people are not even going to the banks.
11 never year, 2020.
11. About 2021, there about 21. I think so.
You see, what your analysis on this? Volumes now working. As at 2020, no more transaction in Ghana. We were doing barely 800 million Ghana cedis, right? I'm talking about Momo transaction in total Momo transactions. And Momo transactions is in the trillions of Ghana cedis, isn't it?
No, you see, the economy grows. You see, the economy grows, and a lot. You see, adoption of technology is slow. You want crophobia?
One of the biggest fears that
No, it didn't. But what I'm saying is the truth. Say they did not use the projections. They used what we had experienced in during the COVID. And I'm saying that time the use of Momo had shot up. What am I saying? If we still have more volumes, it is not because of anything, but because ABCC we now have more people adopting the technology.
Yeah, that is also a fact.
But my point is, why is the candidate saying when we say it's not a sustainable tax handle? But the point I'm making is the time I had to see free one, it was a bad idea. If there's an inefficiency in the collection of a certain tax, what do? You deal with the inefficiency.
You find better means to improve it.
And you had a vice president who was always preaching digitalization. Okacham say, look, this cannot be, it is not either or situation. Improve tools by Cecilia. What you are doing now is something I'm sure he had suggested to them. Conveniently, one Kasana campaign.
The point is,
look, US. You almost Z-Pass.
But what
did
the position that the things that he wanted to implement in this administration.
No, are you saying, sir? At the time,
actually context specific. You see, remember that in 2022, we couldn't access Eurobond. We couldn't access the credit market.
We still are not credit worthy.
You see, because we access the credit market. Until we were in a fix. And as a country, we needed alternate sources of revenue.
That is nothing. I don't have a problem with that. So, but why cut out other streams?
Exactly my point. We are projection or catch on. When you do projections and you realize that, baby, I'll bet you with their continuous even though the stream had a challenge, they could have still looked at that challenge.
That's a problem. Absolutely.
That was casting multimedia.
You see, I agree with you. So that comes back to the point I am making. Say you have a sector that is giving you roughly 2.4 million Ghana cedis a month, for example.
And there's a flag bearer who is a digitalization person.
Yes, I agree with you.
At the time I we didn't have E11. We were just projecting.
Yes, it was. Yes.
So you were projecting. You were not even sure. Look, projections always turn out to be the case. You can project and it will fail.
But you see, the point of the matter is, if we had even restructured the toll booth at that time, there was no way the toll booths could fetch us the 1.2 billion.
I am with you on that, sir. You needed another tax handle to increase your revenue.
Obviously.
I am not, and
for creating respite, I think you are the yes, so you know you need to create. There was no sense in doing that. No. My lawyer example. Say yeti say Omanhene woka sene unya increment in salary now a public sector. This is just basic economics holding all other factors constant. So woka say unya salary increment. Abai can say yes, no problem. Okay, open salary increment saying, oh, me pay 30%. Abai better not say Eddie Koma near Georgia we do say 20%. Now, Abai agrees on about 20% salary increment now. How is Abai going to fund that 20% salary increment now? Omanhene, what they know? The same Abai now, this is just a classroom example I want to pay to my brother lawyer. The same Abai now will find a way of sneaking in a tax. To one the same also open salary increment about 20% no. No way to no more than one say to our. Exactly, we know. Yes, I am the same. No. Doc, we are on the same. So I make you proud. What make you proud? I think interventions were taken. Say I promise you. I was saying and then respect as someone American. Respect me saying, I buy you a come so add the amount and they say with 20% on one second. But Sabana so for Queti Crosso as the tax abroad will be one will be Piawaka. And in the nature, and example between and E-levy. Say a biner will say, may introduce a year E-levy, no. A idea that burden the ordinary Ghanaian, and you mean creating respite, it will be Massa Ghanaian. I say, I make his hand at you, main kind of bonus. Okay, minority issues they know 5G.
So, University of Ghana, University
if I'm not going to start here, I'm not thinking about me.
Yeah, it's true.
Can I make a
oh, I'm a coach.
And I'm saying, no, can I can't think about me? With
the greatest of respect to your
what's it?
Me who coin said oh, I'm a coach because me my uncle.
I don't know how to block that.
I'm just a corner open as a 5G here. No, the contract that contract with a lot of question marks. I
think besides
the man obey me here some.
And here's a son that is a Ibaza. I just don't know
me here some.
No, he can
have a segment on me here. Absolutely.
I think that you're interested in the 5G.
Absolutely. You must be.
You have suspicion.
Absolutely. I have questions. I have concerns.
So don't worry. Once it's a very important matter, it doesn't take Mehiasem or anytime there's an availability, you need to also tell us your concerns on this matter of 5G.
Absolutely.
But not
how can you incorporate a company?
But not today, okay.
I respect where you're coming from.
Absolutely.
But you get the point.
And you have telecos. I mean, sometimes this country. Look, no, this country. Yeah, it's sad.
Me issues not, but my free to boot the others. You see, that decision about taking one young to most Nanyan him, Sabi.
Respite here comes without
Nansen, Sabi. Who is Sikadia, Edia, your man, Nedma. Or buying Nedma. What did you free? Now they're begging my zero can I say my call for increment. What the mommy, but was I creating tax as I just get from as I don't know. Baby, I never all over the world about Nedma. What did you free? Now, Well, I mean, working in the man is all Jeffrey when there's
other services are that
okay.
Gives a benefit.
So, no
tax revenue, that's government revenue.
One part of the one thing I was creating levy.
When it does so, we not do.
Open the door. Until I create. Fine. So, when you say we are Tobu today. Reason I'm raising was even ambassadors can push on. One say a cause of traffic. Okay, pass me.
Amongst the reasons.
Oh, the only number of what I can say a cause of traffic into a and then
so and then
amongst the reasons traffic how can was
into traffic
because of inefficiency
you can't do digitalization
why didn't you do it earlier?
No, can not traffic was when it's not to book us. And Mudian and make traffic review. Why was congratulations, Caswadi, traffic review, Apuana. Toby and Wizzy, traffic review as well. So, and you know, correct. Check it, I don't to the don't what the I was not told you. That's a traffic review. Oh, you're quite no lawyer. And one you're quite and you're not making. And you're quite yes. I don't think the Caswa didn't have a problem about. What's it? A quite no me or Caswa. I'm a traffic increase. No, me say, when you talk to the free one, traffic a come when I call. You say, me mean that for when I want to out of all. I quite another reasons to be a lawyer. Come on, go. On Santiniano. It was here. It was here. I think that Ukwada will be a problem. University of Ghana. It has been very unfair to us. It has been very unfair to us. University of Ghana, School of Continuing and Distance Education, Accra Learning Sector. Effective communication skills, evening short course. Nadia and Crash. That's a AOB now. The shots, yeah, the kick be guma. So, University of Ghana School of Continuing and Distance Education say what Accra Learning Center no effective communication skills on the mouth. Asante evening short course in English. Course description a course number discuss the fundamentals of writing, listening, and oral communication skills. Emphasis will be placed on applying these skills to a broad array of situations. Organization individual impact, so it may reduce errors in written communication, improve critical thinking, increase insights through active listening, and a deeper understanding of their audience. One of a year in Churchill with front desk executives, professionals from corporate institutions and SMEs, marketing and sales professionals, public speakers, and commentators. Kwabena part of this a year in Churchill, University of Ghana School of Continuing and Distance Education, Accra Learning Center, Ede Brown. Any when it there would a non-refundable fee of 2,000 Ghana cedi into University of Ghana Accra Learning Center account number. Account number is 116113007712 GCB Bank, Boundary Road, and as any branch of GCB Bank. Registration on Monday, 17th of June 2024, Ekosiisen Friday, 5th July 2024. Program Nankase Shasye, Monday, 8th July 2024 to Friday, 26th July 2024. Ayumre, no numum pay will be a copim a year non so empire mu. Mesro, Sa and Kratua University of Ghana School of Continuing and Distance Education, Ede Bano. So, Pese, Ubusako Sambia, now Tia say ya. Numbers we anafre 0303 944 582 0303 970 282 0244 453 and 0244 783238 and 0277 562934. Now what to me anyone a dinkita. Yakwaba, but I do be say why part of the program.
no ka say Dr. Asante why card watrasi